In the age of the church, this idea of the neighbor who constantly lives encountering Christ in the unknown who knocks at his door and asks for hospitality. This idea of acting out of a love which is a gift gets corrupted by being defined as something which can be institutionalized, which charitable institutions can do much better than a bunch of individual Christians.
In June of 1968, Ivan Illich, then a Monsignor of the Roman Catholic Church, was summoned to Rome to appear before the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, the modern descendant of the Inquisition. He had become, the document drawn up against him claimed, an object of curiosity, bewilderment, and scandal to the Church. At issue were Illich's activities as the director of the Center for Intercultural Documentation, or CIDOC, an organization he'd founded 7 years earlier in the Mexican city of Cuernavaca. Development in the poor countries was then at the top of the international agenda. The United States had just created the Alliance for Progress and the Peace Corps. The American Church had also stepped up its involvement in Latin America with the creation of a parallel Peace Corps called the Papal Volunteers. Illich denounced this campaign as a war on subsistence and predicted that the attempt to foist schools, hospitals, and highways on poor countries would produce social polarization and a painful modernization of poverty. He also protested his church's involvement in this secular crusade, and it was this opposition that resulted in Illich's call to Rome. A year later, Illich publicly withdrew from the priesthood. His views, he insisted, were entirely orthodox, but he was unwilling to carry on in the atmosphere of scandal created by the Vatican's proceedings against him. He continued in his analysis of the perverse effects of development, but now as an independent teacher, scholar, and writer. Notable among the many books that he subsequently wrote are Deschooling Society, Medical Nemesis, Gender, and In the Vineyard of the Text. 30 years ago, Ivan Illich criticized his church's complicity in spreading the modern gospel of health, schooling, and commodified consumption throughout the world. Tonight, in the first of 5 Ideas programs, he goes a step further and argues that the church is, in fact, the original source of many of these institutions. The series is called The Corruption of Christianity. It's presented by David Cayley.
The corruption of the best is the worst. An old saying. You can find it in Aristotle, in Thomas Aquinas, and in Shakespeare, who says, "Sweetest things turn sourest by their deeds. Lilies that fester smell far worse than weeds." I first heard this proverb from Ivan Illich, who said that for him it summed up the influence of organized Christianity on Western society. We were sitting at the time in his room in State College, Pennsylvania, where he was then teaching. I was there to prepare the profile of Illich, called Part Moon, Part Traveling Salesman, that was broadcast 11 years ago on Ideas. The idea that modern society is a corruption of Christianity didn't really fit the design of those programs, and at that point he wasn't prepared to discuss it at length in any case. But it happened that after the broadcast of my series, and the subsequent publication of a book called Ivan Illich in Conversation, we became close friends. And as this friendship grew, we returned again and again to this theme of the corruption of Christianity. He said that he intended to write a book on the subject, but as time went by, it became clear that illness would not allow him to carry out such a project, at least not to the exacting standard that he would set for himself. So I proposed that I record his thoughts. He, in time, agreed, and twice during the last 3 years we sat down together for a week to record the lengthy interviews from which these new programs are drawn. As you'll hear in a minute, the crowing of a rooster in the yard outside occasionally punctuated our talk. In the books for which he is best known, like Deschooling Society or Medical Nemesis, Illich consistently tried to make three central points. First, that modern institutions tend to defeat their own purposes. Schools inhibit learning. Medicine threatens health. Prisons aggravate crime. Second, that these institutions weaken the self-reliance of individuals and communities by cultivating needs which can only be met by professionalized services. And third, that they threaten people's ability both to enjoy and to bear the human condition, so that endless medical treatment, for example, undermines the art of suffering and of dying. In his more recent, less well-known work, Illich has spoken mainly as an historian, interested in uncovering the source of the certainties, the unquestioned, often invisible assumptions on which these institutions rest. Preeminent amongst these assumptions is the idea that human beings are made up of needs, and that society is organized in order to fulfill them, the good society being the one that does this best. Illich believes that this idea is a perversion of Christianity, and as we go on, he'll explain why he thinks so. But in order to follow that explanation, you need first to know how he understands the Christian revelation, and why he thinks it altered history in a permanent and irreversible way. And that is where our conversation begins.
I think I can provide historical evidence for my belief that that angel, that Gabriel, who suddenly appeared in front of that Jewish girl and said Ave, cannot be neglected by the historian. And at the very same time did something which doesn't fit in the ordinary sense within history of a study of history. I believe that that angel told that woman that she, from that moment on, was to be the mother of God. That he, whose names the Jews never wanted to pronounce, was from that moment on to be a human being, as really human as you, David, and I. I believe in that. I therefore listen to him as nobody before this event could have listened to another, looked at another. And this is what I live by. I therefore believe that the incarnation, the ensarkosis, the Greek word for the enfleshment of the biblical, the Quranic, the Christian Allah, represents a turning point in looking not on what happens in the world. And this is an extraordinary surprise and remains a surprise. It is not knowledge of the ordinary kind, it is knowledge which in my tradition one calls faith. And I do not cease to live in my faith when I study history.
Christian belief changed the world, Illich says, not just because, for faith, the world had changed, but because this belief entered history and shaped the ways in which people subsequently thought and acted. The incarnation, therefore, matters both to the historian and the believer. It occurred, he says, as the culmination of that unique vocation that appeared amongst the people of ancient Israel, prophecy.
The Old Testament, taken as a whole, is prophetic. Its centerpieces are people who speak about what is not yet, about the non-dum, the Latin word for not yet. What makes the Jewish people unique is that we have come into existence as a social we, an I in the plural, around the message that whatever happens in history and what can be seen in nature foreshadows like pregnancy foreshadows birth. The prophets spoke with the claim to step outside the family and tribal context in which we know what tomorrow is, speaking about a tomorrow which will be totally surprising, messianic. It is around the announced Messiah that this historically unique phenomenon of God's people comes into existence. The Old Testament is pregnant with the Messiah.
This metaphor of pregnancy is explicit in the Apostle Paul, who writes to the Christians at Rome that until the appearance of the Christ, the whole of creation has been groaning in labor pains. But when Jesus appears, he is rejected, humiliated, and executed by the leaders of his community. Like the prophets, Illich says, he is forced by his calling outside the enclosed world of his people.
If I rightly understand the point of the gospel, it's crucifixion. That is, Jesus, as our Savior, but also as our model, is condemned by his own people, led out of the city, executed, as somebody has blasphemed the community's God. He's not killed in any way, he's killed on the cross, but he's hanged in a particular way. Now, hanging, both in suicide and as a form of execution, has in the Mediterranean tradition, by that time already a very powerful meaning. We know about some 250 acts of suicide described in Greco-Roman classical literature. I say with suicide for a moment because it's so clear there. The very first one is an Italic queen, very angry at her people whom she wants to leave, who hangs herself in the woods to die without touching the earth, because in that way she expects her spirit not to be absorbed back to the ancestors, but to remain around, to haunt the people. The execution on the gibbet, hanging, that is to die without touching the earth, is also explicitly dealt with in Roman and Greek tradition as a way of excluding you not only from our people here, but from our people in the other world, from our dead. If therefore we do take this man who says, let this chalice pass from me because he so much fears it, as our example, it is an example simultaneously of the loyalty to his people and the willingness to accept being excluded from them by what he stands for. This, in the supreme form, is the Christian attitude towards this worldly community, which then shows up as a way of behavior in everyday life.
By his crucifixion, Illich believes, Jesus showed his acceptance of the new freedom which he had invited his followers to share, the freedom to put love higher than law or custom. This is what makes the Christian New Testament, even though foreshadowed in the Old, still so utterly and explosively new in Illich's eyes. Men and women had been shaped, up to this time, by their obedience to the customs of the place, the people, today we would say the culture from which they had been born. Illich uses the Greek word ethnos, from which we get ethnic, for these bounded and self-contained worlds. The individual, the ego, the I, which I am, existed only as an instance of a prior defining we. Jesus asserted that human beings find their ultimate purpose not in obedience to custom, however hallowed, but by their free response to other persons. In so doing, he offered an expanded horizon not just for love, but also for the betrayal of this love through the development of new forms of power.
I do believe that with the Christian message, an entirely new level of surprising flowering has become possible for knowledge and love. Since Christians believe that we can love the biblical God in the flesh. St. John says that he has put his head at table on his shoulder, that he has touched him, heard him, smelled him. And he has said that whoever sees him sees the Father. And whoever sees his brethren or loves his brethren loves him. In David Cayley, an entirely new dimension of love has become possible, which is extremely ambiguous, because it explodes the universal assumptions about the conditions of love being dictated by the people into which I've been born, the family in which I grew up, because it makes it possible for me to choose anywhere whom I will love, and thereby destroys or deeply threatens, that's better, the basis for ethics, which always has been ethnos, a historically given we, which precedes any pronunciation of the word I. So I believe that with the Christian message, with the New Testament, loving the other, love, gaze, and knowledge are possible in an entirely new horizon. But also a new danger exists. The attempt to manage, to ensure, to guarantee this love by institutionalization, by submitting it to legislation and making it law, by protecting it through the criminalization of its opposites. So I believe that with the Christian message, an entirely new ability in the self of giving oneself has become possible, but also an entirely new exercise of power, which is principally the power of those who organize Christianity, that is, church and churches, to use this vocation to claim their superiority as social institutions, as social organization.
How this new exercise of power developed in the Church is a subject I'll return to shortly. But first I'd like to linger a moment over what Illich calls the new flowering of Christian virtues that was made possible by the Gospel. The possibility of virtue, in Aristotle and other classical accounts, lies within the individual. By cultivating the manners and habits that befit my station, I can make myself virtuous. Christianity throws the accent onto the other, and onto the Holy Spirit, from whom I receive the possibility of virtuous action as a gift. This deep sensitivity of one to the other led to the creation of communities of an entirely new kind, communities animated by a spirit of contrition and mutual forgiveness rather than of rectitude. These communities were inspired by what one of Illich's most important teachers, the late Gerhard Ladner, called the idea of reform. But reform, in Latin reformatio, had for these early Christians a meaning it had never had before.
Reformatio or revolutio could mean the turning around of the stars, or the running of the sun through the spring cycle in a cosmic year, of a greening every year. But it could not mean what it means suddenly. All through Christendom, by the 4th century, a turning inward out, a considering the axioms on which I built my entire life and my feelings yesterday as those which I have to get rid of to be in an entirely new state. Basically contrition. Contrition is not motivated by a sense of culpability. It is deep sorrow, and it is based on the belief of the mercy of the other, who will forgive me my betrayal, not forgive me a transgression, or accept payment in satisfaction.
Mutual forgiveness, as opposed to the righteous demand for satisfaction of a wrong, was the characteristic mood of a community whose members keenly felt their dependence on one another. This feeling was founded on their experience of faith, because trusting dependence on the word of another, Illich says, is what faith finally means.
It's a different way of knowing than that which is based on my sensual experience and the resources of my intelligence. It is a way of taking for certain on the word of somebody else, whom I trust. It is making knowledge based on trust for myself more fundamental than anything which I can know by reason. But this, of course, is a possibility when I believe in the existence of God's word reaching me. When I believe him whom I trust is God, not you. But it does rub off on my relationship to you. It makes me aim at facing people willing to take them for what they reveal about themselves, not what I know about them. And this is very difficult to discuss after 100 years of dream interpretation by Freud. The psychoanalytic assumption that I can help you find out about yourself by understanding you more perfectly than you do inevitably colors in very fascinating and high-level forms and in very degraded, trivialized forms most of our relationships by now. One of the newnesses which come from him who says, I have come to make everything new, is exactly in dealing with the other, the willingness to accept him for what he tells me about himself, because only that way I can be surprised by him. Taking out the predictability from the face of the other.
Which the analytic presumption to get behind.
The analytic and the Marxist sociological assumption implies is always an illusion. Illusion shaped by ideology, by social condition, by upbringing, by education. I mean, that's what I've tried to do. Invite people to envisage this possibility, even when I couldn't talk to them explicitly about who my model is.
The capacity for surprise, for spontaneous, unpredictable turning towards another, is the essence of the freedom Illich finds in the New Testament. But it's part of the ambiguity of the gospel, as he said earlier, that this freedom can also be twisted into a planned and managed institutional response, which denatures it. He finds an example of this denaturing of the gospel in the way in which the well-known parable of the Good Samaritan has usually been understood by Christians. The tale is told in the Gospel of Luke, when Jesus is asked, "Who is my neighbor?" He responds with a story about the rescue of a Jew by a Samaritan, an outsider to the religion which was centered on the temple in Jerusalem. To Illich, the parable perfectly illustrates the unforeseen horizons that Jesus hoped to open for his listeners. But the interpretations that have generally been applied to this story, he says, point in the opposite direction.
Some 30 years ago, I went into sermons from the early 3rd century into the 19th century, dealing with this story of the Samaritan. And I find out that most preachers, when they comment that passage, comment it in order to show how we ought to behave towards our neighbor. Where in fact, this is the opposite of what Jesus, who tells that story of the Samaritan, wanted to point out. The Pharisees came to ask him, "Master, teacher, tell us, who is my neighbor? We didn't ask him how does one behave towards neighbor. We asked him point blank the question, who is the guy whom you call neighbor? And he, as a story told him, a man was going down to Jericho, fell among the robbers, was beaten up, and left wounded. A teacher goes by, a priest goes by, sees him, and walks on. And then that outsider comes along, the traditional enemy, and turns over to him. There's an internal turning, and picks him up, takes him into his arms, and brings him to the inn. So he answers them, my neighbor is whom I decide, not whom I have to choose. There is no way of categorizing who my neighbor ought to be. This doctrine about the neighbor, which this guy Jesus brings into conversation, is utterly destructive of ordinary decency, of ethical behavior. And to say this today is as surprising as it was at the beginning.
The teaching of Jesus in this parable is destructive of ethical decency because of the way in which it shows and commends the violation of a sacrosanct boundary between those to whom I belong and to whom I have an obligation, and those others who arrange things in their own way and ought not to be my concern. If the story were told today, as Illich has sometimes pointed out, it would reacquire its power to shock by showing a Palestinian caring for an injured Jew. The Samaritan does not what he ought to do, as the preachers Illich consulted argued, but precisely what he ought not to do. Ethics, traditionally, were formed within an ethnic boundary that gave them shape and substance. Jesus, Illich says, indicated a different, more open-ended possibility.
The Master told them, who your neighbor is not determined by your birth, by your condition, by the language which you speak, by the ethnos, which means really the mode of walking which has become proper to you, but to you. You can recognize the other man who is out of bounds culturally, who is foreign linguistically, who, you can say by providence or by pure chance, is the one who lies somewhere along your road in the grass, and create the supreme form of relatedness, which is not given by creation, but created by you.
This voluntary, created relationship, Illich stresses, cannot be made into an abstract or universal duty. It is a free, unconditioned response, and as such cannot be converted into an ethical norm or rule. What the Samaritan undertakes, by its very nature, is a concrete, specific, bodily tie between two people.
This is not a spiritual relationship. This is an act which prolongs the incarnation, as God became flesh, and in the flesh relates to each one of us. So you are capable of relating in the flesh to that other man who has been beaten up. Take out this fleshy, bodily, carnal, dense experience of self, and therefore of the thou, from the story of the Samaritan, and you have a nice liberal fantasy, which is something horrible.
This distinction between a uniquely embodied relationship and a liberal fantasy comes close to the nub of Illich's argument. Only try to compel, to regulate, to reproduce on demand the free, inward, bodily turning of the Samaritan towards the Jew, and a course is set towards compulsory care and the charade of benevolence which poisons charity in modern societies. If the Samaritan's extraordinary charity is made into a duty, a policy, or a rule, then not only is love turned into a law, but any failure or falling short in charity becomes, by the same token, an infraction of this law. It's not so hard, I think, to see the outlines of our modern world in this formula. But the way the New Testament understands the failure of charity, Illich says, is not as the breaking of a rule, but as the betrayal of a relationship. And the proper name for this betrayal, he says, is sin.
Since this possibility of Mr. Samaritan being a creature of a unique kind, which finds its perfection, finds itself only in establishing a relationship. And this relationship is arbitrary from everybody else's point of view except from his, because he does it on the call of the beaten-up Jew. Since that moment, since this possibility of a mode of existence was created, its breakage, its denial, infidelity, turning away, coldness, could not exist in the way in which it exists since then. Sin, as a divinely revealed possibility for man, did not exist. Where there is no freely, arbitrarily established relationship, which is a gift from the other, which is founded on a glimmer of mutuality, the possibility of its denial, of its destruction, could not be thought.
The story of the Samaritan, as Illich understands it, points to a new freedom for human beings in turning towards one another. At the same time, it reveals, as sin, the corresponding possibility of turning away. Like Jesus himself, crucified outside the city's sheltering walls and out of contact with his ancestral earth, his followers were called to abandon secure horizons and live at the extremity of freedom, guided only by the promptings of the Holy Spirit. But in this extremity, they were also continually faced with the temptation to establish a new security by investing their faith with worldly power, permanence, and visibility. How the early church eventually succumbed to this temptation is a story Illich has traced out in relation to the practice of hospitality.
It was customary in a Christian household to have an extra mattress, a bit of a candle, and some dry bread for the case the Lord Jesus knocks at the door. That is, somebody without a roof would arrive at your door, and you take him in and take care of him. This form of behavior is utterly against anything known in the Roman Empire, in any of its cultures.
This practice of hospitality gradually began to change, Illich says, after the adoption of Christianity as the official religion of the Roman Empire during the reign of Constantine in the early 4th century.
Bishops got, under Constantine, the same position in the imperial administration which magistrates have, but also they could establish organizations, corporations. And the first corporation they started were Samaritan corporations. They entrusted to a special house, supervised by the bishop, financed by the community, the taking in of the class of people who didn't have a home. It wasn't anymore a free choice of the householder. It was a task of the institution to take in homeless people. No wonder that in the very same year, or was it a year later, or practically at the same time, at which Constantine assigned the title of magistrate, or the equivalent to bishops, another great church father, Ioannis Chrysostomos, golden-tongued we call him because of his beautiful rhetoric, in a sermon exclaimed violently, "Don't create these xenodokia, houses for the foreigners, by assigning the duty to behave this way to an institution. Christians will lose the habit of reserving a bed and having a piece of bread ready in every home, and the homes would cease to be Christian homes."
Christian hostels for the homeless, Illich believes, were a first instance of the establishment of a charitable agency to care for a designated class of needy people. And as these institutions grew, he says, they became a major way in which the Church advanced its power, wealth, and status within the empire.
It's very interesting to see how the institutionalization of neighborliness, the transformation of gratuitous, free, truly free choice of whom I want to take care of, into the ideology inspiring, the creation of institutions, worked in the urban crisis of the late Roman Empire. We had a problem which today is called immigration into the large cities. The cities being flooded by immigrants from rural areas and foreign areas, which made city life dangerous. I'm speaking of decaying Rome. And the emperors, especially in Byzantium, found it desirable, by decree, to expel people from the city who couldn't prove that they had a home, and at the very same time, in order to give legitimacy to this decree, needed to finance institutions which would provide homes for the homeless. And if you study the way by which the Church created its economic base in late antiquity, you will see that by assuming the task for the state to serve with welfare institutions, the churches claimed to money, and practically to unlimited amount of monies, because the task was unlimited, could be legally and morally founded.
This co-optation of the Church in the late Empire and the consequent withering of personal hospitality exemplifies that ambiguity which Illich thinks is inherent in the Church's worldly existence. Welfare institutions, as he calls them, were something radically new in history, as was the identification of the poor as a distinct and deserving class. Neither can be explained except by the influence of the gospel. But by trying to regulate and ensure charity, he says, the Church at the same time betrayed the spirit of freedom that Jesus had taught was charity's essence.
The introduction of caretaking of people who fit into a certain category of need cannot be explained, the appearance of this mentality, without reflecting on the model of Christian hospitality. On the other hand, we have immediately perverted it, something which Jesus told us about as the model of my personal freedom of choice, of who will be my other, is transformed into the use of power and money in order to provide a service. This is not just the idea of the neighbor deprived of the quality of freedom which is implied in it in the story of the Samaritan. It is also the institutional decision to make faith into something which is under the power of this world.
Throughout this program, Ivan Illich has been arguing that with the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus, a glorious but volatile new possibility entered history. Through the one who said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," Christians were invited to share in the life of God, life eternal. But precisely because of its glorious claim, Illich says, the reception of this revelation was unstable and subject to a corruption that mirrored the height and extremity of its promise. And the corruption of the best, he says, is the worst. In Illich's view, this danger was quite evident to the first generations of Christians, but was then largely forgotten. His evidence is the practice of prophecy in the early church.
How come that the first two generations of Christian communities each had their prophet? We insist that each community needs a prophet to be a good community. There is somebody who stands biblically in the tradition, in some way in the tradition of the prophets of Israel. People deeply convinced that God's word was taking flesh in their mouth. And around this enfleshment of God's word, the people of Israel could come into existence. Now, God's word didn't have to come anymore through the mouth of a prophet after it had become flesh in the womb of Mary. Prophecy in the strict sense didn't fit anymore into the life of Jesus or of the early church. So what did these prophets have to say to the church, which the teachers and preachers were clearly distinct from the mentioned in these first Christian documents, did not do? I think we had to announce a mystery, the mystery of evil, mysterium iniquitatis. We announced that the church, wherever, was the milieu in which the Antichrist could nest. We announced, and that's biblical, the mystery of evil, of final evil, which will bring the world to an end, being already present. And at the very same time, you just have to read the New Testament, being held back for the moment. The impressive thing about the transition from the third, fourth generation to Western Europe is that this mystery of evil with which the church goes pregnant, which wouldn't have found a place to nest in the Old Testament, disappeared from the church's teachings and the concern of most. You find it again and again in the prayers, writings and sermons of mystics and reformers. But the church, the Roman Church, but also most of the Reformed churches, do not center faith on its existence.
By not centering faith on the existence of the mystery of evil, Illich claims, Christian churches have refused to acknowledge that their faith might have a shadow. The doctrine of the Antichrist has been pushed to the margins as something monstrous, mythic, esoteric, or fundamentalist. But Illich believes that it refers to something more ordinary and more obvious, which is simply that with the appearance of the Christ, an ersatz or counterfeit of Christ inevitably appears as well, and the greater the good, the greater its betrayal. So what the mystery of evil ultimately means, Illich says, is nothing else but the new reality that takes shape only with God's incarnation, the possibility of sin.
Sin is something which has been, in our modern sense, non-existent, not really existing as a human option, as an individual option, as a day-by-day option, before Christ gave us the freedom of dealing with each other, seeing in each other persons redeemed to be like him. By opening this possibility of love, this possibility of facing each other, and only by this a way of betrayal became possible. A denial becomes possible, which exactly is called sin. The idea that by not responding to you when you call upon my fidelity, I thereby personally offend God, is fundamental to understanding what Christianity is about, and the mystery in which I'm interested in, contemplating the consequence of the perversion of faith throughout history, and coming to haunt us by the end of the 20th century, is exactly related to my understanding of sin.
What is it, then, that haunts the contemporary world? To Illich's mind, I think, it's the slow working out of that betrayal of which he's been speaking. The new possibility of personally facing one another has produced, as its perversion, a vast architecture of impersonal institutions, all claiming, in some sense, to care. The vast engines that drive our world, the engines of education and health, as much as those of economic and technological development, all derive finally from a co-optation of the gospel's promise of freedom. Contemporary persons may often live without faith, but they live nonetheless amidst the husks of faith betrayed. And this, for Illich, is what makes the world he sees around him so uncanny, and so unlike anything that has ever been before.
I stand as a historian in front of a historical entity, an epoch which, the more I look at it, the more is confusing, ununderstandable, unbelievable for me, is out of whack with any historical epoch which has ever been, faces me with organizing axioms for which I don't find parallels anywhere in other societies in the past, and which gives testimony to me, at least, about a confusing kind of, I want to avoid the word evil, how should I call it, inhumanity, denial, degradation, for which other epochs of history had no parallel. To be very superficial, just think about the polarization of incomes during the last 20 years all over the world, not only in the United States, in the world at large, much more violently. But I don't know, recently I saw a statement inspiring confidence that 350 people earn as much as 65% of the weaker ones. Now, I'm not so worried about that. I'm much more worried about the fact that the 65% of the weaker ones who earn together less than the 350 rich ones in the world 30 years ago would have been able to live without recourse to money. Many things where it's not yet monetarized. Subsistence still was functioning, and today they can't move without paying a bus ticket. They can't get heat in their kitchen by collecting wood, but having to buy electricity. How to explain this extraordinary evil, which has not happened in other societies, or only there where Western society has been imported? And that's where I believe the Mysterium Iniquitatis gives me a key to understand. The evil which I face now, and for which I can't find a word, I, as a man of faith at least, should call mysterious betrayal or perversion of that kind of freedom which the Gospels have brought. Now, what I have stammered to you, unprepared, as talking freely, I have avoided to do. for 30 years. You take it on yourself to make me, at this last moment, say this in a way in which others can hear it. The more you allow yourself to conceive of the evil which you watch as evil of a new kind, of a mysterious kind, the more intense becomes the temptation, I can't avoid saying it, of cursing God's incarnation.
What Illich means by this barely withheld curse will become clearer, I think, as this series unfolds, and he has the opportunity to offer more evidence for his claim that the corruption of the best is the worst. But in the meantime, I hope it's already apparent that it is the consequences of God's incarnation, and not the incarnation itself, that he is tempted to curse. That these consequences have occurred, and that God has continued to suffer them, are part of the mystery Illich is courageously trying to contemplate.
Good evening, and welcome to Ideas. I'm Paul Kennedy. This is part 2 of David Cayley's continuing series on the corruption of Christianity with Ivan Illich.
The ability to make church law into a type of norm, the disobedience to which leads to condemnation in hell, is a fantastic achievement. And I would argue one of the most interesting forms of perversion of that act of liberation from the law for which the gospel stands.
This series presents a hypothesis that modern Western society is a corruption of Christianity. The things that are unique and unprecedented about the modern West, Ivan Illich claims, can be grasped only as the outcome of the Roman Church's attempt to institutionalize the freedom promised by the Christian gospel. Our vast institutions of education and health, our economic and technological dynamism, and the relationship we take for granted between the citizen and the state, all can be traced back, he argues, to Christian originals. Ivan Illich began his career as a Roman Catholic priest, then withdrew from the active priesthood in 1969 after his ideas brought censure and controversy from the Vatican. Now in his 70s, he is the author of many books, including most recently In the Vineyard of the Text, and he's a lecturer at universities in both Europe and the United States. In tonight's program, he looks back to the Christian Middle Ages, where he finds the origin of contemporary ideas of conscience, the rule of law, nature, and technology. The Corruption of Christianity, Part 2, by David Cayley.
In the year 1075, at the end of the first Christian millennium, Pope Gregory VII initiated a revolutionary change in the Western Church. In a document called The Dictates of the Pope, he proclaimed, in the words of historian Harold Berman, the legal supremacy of the Pope over all Christians and the legal supremacy of the clergy under the Pope over all secular authorities. During the centuries that followed, the Church would transform itself into what a later Church Council called a perfect society, an independent, legally constituted, bureaucratically organized state exercising a dominion of an entirely new kind over the lives of its faithful. Ivan Illich discerns in this transformed church the seeds of the modern state. He also sees a profound corruption of the New Testament's proclamation of the Christian's freedom from law. We discussed the implications of this change in the church while I was his guest in the Mexican village where he lives during part of each year. You may particularly notice the rooster who sometimes underlined his points from the yard outside the room where we sat. He began at the period I just described, when the Church for the first time began to try to impress its laws into the lives of its members. It was a time when the landscape of northern and western Europe was changing rapidly. The adoption of the horse collar had greatly increased the pulling power of draft animals, allowing people to live further from their fields. Now they could gather together in villages which were numerous enough and prosperous enough to support a local parish church and priest. And with the sprouting of these new steeples across the land, Illich says, the church underwent a major change.
As these steeples rose, a new approach of the church to what we call pastoral care appeared. And by 1215, a major church council, exactly that council, Fourth Council of the Lateran, has a sentence which has several times in my life been important to me. It reads, "Every Christian will go under penalty of going to hell otherwise, grievous sin, once a year to their own pastor and confess their sins." Two things are remarkable about it. One, that the idea of establishing the pastor as somebody who in secret judges or has a position in front of each Christian, male or female, we make the forgiveness of sin in an entirely new way a juridical act. And a juridical act organized on a model of hierarchy, reaching down to the steeple, a court structure far beyond what any emperor could ever have even thought of creating. It is a first step towards the church actually organizing itself in practice as the realization of the idea of a societas perfecta, a perfectly legally constituted entity, and doing this around the idea of sin depending on the act of confession, of private confession in front of the judge, not in public confession and publicly practiced penance as it was generally used up to this moment.
With the institution of private confession, Illich says, the forgiveness of sin was made into a juridical or legal act. This represented a profound change in the meaning of both law and sin. Christians of the first millennium had understood themselves to be living, in the Apostle Paul's words, not under law, but under grace. We are released from the law, Paul wrote to the Christians at Rome, having died to what was binding us. And so we are in a new service, that of the Spirit, and not in the old service of a written code. Sin was seen as the denial of this new freedom to live in the Spirit. With its transformation into a legal offense, Illich believes, a new age opened.
Sin is an evil of a kind which could not exist except for a denial of grace. It is not in any sense offensive of a law. It is always a personal offense of a person. It's an infidelity. The sense of sin of the first millennium becomes now a sense of sin as the transgression of a norm. It becomes a transgression of a norm because it must be accused, as by myself to a priest, who is a judge, as my transgression of a Christian law. Grace becomes juridical. Sin acquires a second side, that of the breaking of the law. Implies that in the second millennium, the charity, the love of the New Testament has become the law of the land.
When sin is made subject to judgment and remission by a legal authority, Illich says, two new things happen. First, the categories of sin and crime are merged. And second, a kind of inner court begins to be constituted within each person.
Not only was a juridical state structure created, and sin was criminalized, made into something which could be dealt with along the lines of criminal justice, even if under self-accusation, the concept of the forum internum came up. Forum is the general word for the court in front of which you have standing. The very idea of a forum internum implies that the law governs what is good and bad, not what is legal and illegal. How enormous a cultural achievement it was to create the sense for a forum internum.
The forum internum, Illich believes, is the forerunner of conscience in the modern sense of the term. It's the bar before which I call myself in the apprehension of judgment and punishment. When Hamlet, for example, concludes his speculations on the afterlife, to be or not to be, with the reflection that conscience makes cowards of us all, he does not appear to mean consciousness of sin, but rather the fear of hell, which perfectly expresses the change Illich is talking about. The new moral solitude into which modern persons are plunged is but one aspect of a larger change that Illich sees taking place as the Church tries to install the kingdom of God as a legal regime on earth. Another example is the legalization of marriage. Marriage, until this time, had been an affair of families and communities. After the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, the same gathering that pronounced the duty of annual private confession, it became a contract between two individuals witnessed by God.
The constitution of the union or relationship of love in its supreme form, namely commitment of a man and a woman to each other forever on the model of the gospel, became defined as a juridical act through which an entity comes into existence, which is called marriage. And for this juridical act, God becomes, so to speak, the necessary instrumentality, asking him to be present and a witness to what you say to each other, therefore using God as a juridical device. And this idea of taking oaths with God as a witness reached a new high point when the Church defined the formation of the basic cell of society, namely the family, as a contract entered freely and knowingly by a man and a woman, not by their families, not by their milieu, constituting an legal reality which is standing in heaven. It is therefore simultaneously a statement about individuality and the coming into existence of conscience, and about the legal equal standing of man and woman. The idea that households are founded by the free choice of one man and one woman is a major turning point, or at least the manifestation of a major turning, social turning, in the formation of the individual. And it is, as I suggested, the foundation of the idea that social entities come into existence by contract, by mutual contract.
One of the most striking elements for Illich in this new understanding of marriage is the employment of an oath by which the parties swear their fidelity before God. Drawing on the work of his close friend, Italian historian Paolo Prodi, Illich argues that this constitutes a profound change in Christian practice. The taking of oaths is something that is found in every society as a way of giving an utterance reliability and substance. The sailor swears by his ship, the peasant by a clod of his soil. I give you my word. But in the Bible, oaths are forbidden, in recognition that only God's word is reliable and substantial. The context for this proscription, Illich says, was the covenant or alliance between God and his people.
The alliance of the Old Testament consisted in God taking an oath to Abraham. He can take an oath and thereby establish Abraham and his descendants as his people. You do not swear in front of God. He's the only one who incarnates himself in the word of the prophet and in his people. The New Testament is a continuation of the Old Alliance and excludes the oath. You may not swear by God in heaven or by his footstool, which is the earth, and it goes on. This is again one of those rule-breaking innovations which the New Testament brought.
The passage to which Illich refers from the Sermon on the Mount is as follows. "You have heard," Jesus says, "how it was said to our ancestors, 'You must not break your oath, but must fulfill your oaths to the Lord.' But I say this to you, do not swear at all, either by heaven, since that is God's throne, or by earth, since that is his footstool, or by Jerusalem, since that is the city of the great King. Do not swear by your own head either, since you cannot turn a single hair white or black. All you need to say is yes, if you mean yes, no, if you mean no. Everything else comes from the evil one." I quote this at length because I think it underlines how radical, how rule-breaking, as Illich says, was the Christian commitment to live entirely by trust in God's Word. And it shows what a change had occurred when Christians began to establish solidarity by an oath, whether it was two individuals swearing their fidelity in marriage, or citizens swearing their commitment to one another in a city or guild, in a first instance of what today is called the social contract. To understand the depth of this change, Illich says, it's helpful to look back at the way in which the early Christians formed community.
What has strangely been overlooked very frequently in people who try to retrace the history of our political concepts, and particularly that of the citizen, is the fact that the Christian assembly of the very first Christian centuries was an explicit way of claiming that in that assembly, in the Eucharistic assembly, a we, a new we, a plural of the I, was established, which was not of this world of politics in the Greek sense. These guys got together for a celebration which had two high points, one of them called conspiratio and the other one commestio. Conspiratio mustn't be translated too easily into English as conspiracy, because spiritus, spirit, ghost, Holy Spirit, was the meaning which led to the conspiratio, not what we call today a bunch of rebels trying to subvert the political community. This conspiratio was expressed by the mouth-to-mouth kiss. The Christians adopted this symbolism to signify that each one of those present around the dining table contributed of his own. His spirit, or if you want the Holy Spirit, which was common to all, to create a spiritual community, a community of one spirit, before they sat down and shared the same meal, the Eucharist. Why do I bring in this strange oddity, novelty of the Christian simple dinner table as their liturgical central function, the function at which ecclesia, calling together, that's what the term means, took on body and soul? Because it is in antiquity unique insofar slave and master, Jew and Greek, each equally contributed to make the community to which, through his contribution, he could belong. It gave to those who participated at the ceremony the idea that community can come into existence outside, other than the community into which I was born and in which I fulfilled my legal obligations, in which all those who are present equally share in the act of its establishment.
The freedom and equality of these early Christian communion meals prefigure modern ideas of political community. But there was a crucial difference, Illich says. The Eucharistic meal manifested an otherworldly reality, the body of Christ, through something evanescent and yet deeply personal, a kiss. And this reality could not be understood in a legal or contractual sense. It was guaranteed only by God's breath, God's promise, God's word. This understanding was gradually lost, Illich thinks, with the growth of the Church as an establishment. The conspiratio, the kiss in which the breath of the Spirit was mingled, became first the kiss of peace and then just the peace. The frank mouth-to-mouth embrace of the early Christians had become an embarrassment.
This idea began to be shocking by the High Middle Ages. It seemed in contradiction to the feudal ideal of the time, of the hierarchical assumption about how society comes into existence. And by the 10th century, the mode of performing this ceremony changed. The priest, instead of sharing the peace with everybody, kissed the altar as if he was taking something from the altar which stands for Christ, and then hands it down to the others. The priest's kiss, since the 12th century, is handed down from the altar, and thereby not only the word kiss moves into the background, conspiratio moves into the background, but during the 13th, 14th, and 15th century, an instrument is developed called an osculatorium, a kissing object. You can see it in museums, sometimes made of beautiful wood with precious stones, which the priest kisses after he has kissed the altar and hands down to the community. It makes its rounds through the church.
This washing out of the original sense of conspiratio in the Roman Church symbolizes the epoch-making change that Illich sees in the Church of the High Middle Ages. The breathing together of the Spirit in the conspiratio becomes the swearing together of the citizens in the social contract that will eventually define the modern state. It is Illich's hypothesis in these programs that the coming into being of the modern world can only be understood as a gradual working out of the explosive novelty of the Christian gospel. But this working out is, at the same time, a deep corruption, because it alters in a fundamental way the original meaning of Christian freedom. And that's what he sees in this case. The bedrocks of modern political society, the citizen, the state, and the social contract, are ideas that become thinkable only as the Church undertakes to embody the gospel in legal, bureaucratic institutions. But in the process, the original inspiration is betrayed.
The Christian idea, or let's say the Christian practice of the first few centuries, this total innovation, that a community can be established, acquire somatic characteristics through an equal contribution of everybody, of the spirit that is within him, then eating from it, remained in some faint way valid, meaningful throughout the 2 millennia, but not for the purpose of establishing the conspiratio around the Eucharistic table, but with the idea of creating a social body which can get recognition from the emperor and the civil law. An attempt by contractual arrangements to give this worldly solidity and clarity and definition through a legal reality, establishing, legalizing, formalizing the conspiratio and the church acquiring increasingly contractual characteristics.
When the Roman Church adopted the rule of law, Ivan Illich claims, it laid down many of the tracks within which modern society would run. Conscience as the inner imprint of the fear of judgment, and contract as an oath sworn with God as a witness, are both ideas that will become crucial for the modern nation-state. Their origins can be traced back as far as the 11th and 12th centuries, but they received their final, mature expression, he says, in the 16th century, during the Church's 18-year council at Trent in northern Italy.
The Roman Catholic Church, in the Council of Trento, during the generation after Luther, presented itself as a societas perfecta, as a law-based church whose laws were obligatory for the citizens in conscience, and therefore created the possibility, perhaps created is too strong, underpinned the trend in legal thinking and philosophical thinking of the state as a perfect society with citizens who have conscience, whose conscience reflects the constitution or the law of the society, the state within we live, so that the state, through this criminalization of love perverted, Christian love perverted, which we call sin, the basis was created for the new way of feeling citizenship as a command of my conscience, for the possibility of the state to claim raison d'état as guideline for its legislation, which is obligatory in conscience, parallel to the church's ability to confuse church law and doctrine, or to diminish, abolish, make permeable the frontier between what is true and what is commanded.
This confusion between what is believed to be true or good and what is commanded, Illich believes, can be seen in the way the modern state trains its citizens, and in the belief that such training is necessary. The citizen's duty to maintain health and financial security, pursue extended schooling, and insure himself against risk could all be cited as examples. A second major consequence of this criminalization, he thinks, is the isolation of the individual which occurs in the late Middle Ages and afterwards, an isolation produced by private conscience, which makes the individual a prey to fears of a new kind. Common fears, Illich says, often unite people, but the fears to which individuals now became subject tended to separate them from the collective.
Angst, anxiety, is a deeply communally felt, or this can designate something deeply communally felt and therefore community creating. In the Roman breviary, in the Compline, the night prayer, said when it's already dark, before complete silence begin, vigilate fratres, watch out, brothers, because the devil, like a hungry lion, turns around and looks whom he might devour. To cultivate such anxiety is extremely helpful to create, I think, a strong sense of fraternity, of commonality in front of the unspeakable. None of us knows how to say it exactly. Pangs of conscience, in German they say Gewissensbisse, in medieval Latin also, bites of conscience, can be experienced only by an individual. The more he is detached from the community, the more he can become afraid of acting or not acting according to a norm. Conscience is in the darkness of your inner chamber. It creates and reinforces the experience of individualism, not of solitude but of loneliness.
This new loneliness and isolation of the individual bitten by conscience is something quite different, Illich holds, than the consciousness of sin with which the early Christians lived.
Through the idea of Christian love and the incarnation, the darkness to which I allow entry into me by betrayal and unfaithfulness, not to the gods, not to the city's rules, but to a face, a person, acquires a completely new taste, the experience of sinfulness, an experience, a state in front of the infinitely good, a confusio, but also the possibility, always, of sweet tears, of the expression of the sorrow and of trust in forgiveness. This entirely new dimension of very personal, very intimate failure gets changed through criminalization, through the conditioning of forgiveness by the act of legal remission. Through this criminalization, the individual sinner feels himself obligated to seek above all forgiveness of the crime, dealing with the deep sorrow and hoping God's mercy as, so to speak, psychologically a secondary issue. With this legalization of love, which finds its expression extremely strongly in the period of the 15th, 16th, and 17th century, the individual is open to a new type of fears, to new shapes which darkness takes. The fear of demons, the fear of witches, the fear of magic, the hope in science, the hope in alchemy and astrology. This new world of, in my index cards, the subject matter I call unidentified flying objects, which of course is a very modern way of expressing it, is a almost inevitable condition created through the criminalization of sin and is constantly exploited by politicians to affirm the power of the state.
In Illich's view, the modern individual is uniquely vulnerable to state power because of his inner subjection to law. Through the criminalization of sin, the private interior conscience of the individual has been made to mirror the external structure of laws which govern him. The wall of privacy which protects him also imprisons him. His situation, Illich claims, is unlike that of the earlier Christian, who still felt the sweet sorrow of contrition as the balm for his sinfulness, or the pre-Christian, who still possessed intact cultural defenses against whatever demons or wrathful gods haunted his people. He is alone in a new and unprecedented way. As a subject of an internalized Christian law, he no longer enjoys that free, trusting, unmediated relationship with God and other people that Illich believes is the essence of the New Testament. In the first program of this series, Illich gave as an example of this Christian freedom Jesus' parable of the Samaritan, a foreigner who reaches across the cultural divide between them to rescue a wounded Jew. The same idea is at work, he says, in the gospel story of Jesus' temptation in the wilderness.
The devil came and took him out to the desert, which was simply the shaitan, the tempter. But what the tempter tells him ultimately is to worship power, the powers of this world. And by saying to the tempter, you shall worship only God, not the power, the New Testament creates the atmosphere, the cosmic atmosphere in which the Samaritan can dare to step out from the guardian spirits that watch his culture and watch him in his culture, in his we. He can claim that as a Samaritan, finding his I as a singular of the we, he can reach out to a Jew. He can transcend the limitation. In a certain way, he is superior to the most powerful demons, watchdogs, dragons, menaces, which in the world before guarded the we. The believer is free of the terror which guards the we's unity. Because I'm standing here in his name, I can say I'm not afraid of the world. My inner sphere, atmosphere, horizon is not one of dread, but one of union with the Lord of the universe who became a man to make me divine. As the church father said, the ensarkosis, becoming flesh of God, is the other side of the other mystery of the theosis of man becoming divinized. He doesn't have to be afraid of dark powers, unless he freely submits to them. And that he does through betrayal, through what we call sin. In the clarity of faith, sin, which is betrayal of a love for which I was capacitated, which goes beyond anything which I could expect within history, goes hand in hand with sin as a willed step back into the fears of cosmic powers. Only that the sinner falls back into a world of powers which oppress him, without the culturally shaped defense and ability which the beliefs and rituals and traditions of each historical we provided us with. The sinner, as distinct from the evil man of the past, of other cultures, is a man who falls into the hands of the powers of this world without going back to a we which is transcended by accepting the possibility of reaching beyond his own limits.
The Christian is no longer protected by the guardian dragons and sheltering limits of traditional society. His sole security and solace is his confidence in God's mercy. But with the criminalization of sin, Illich says, he is deprived of this solace.
The criminalization of sin, generating the idea of conscience, also obscures that the answer to sin is contrition and mercy. That therefore, for him who believes in sin, there's also a possibility of celebrating as a gift beyond full understanding the fact that he's being forgiven, making contrition into a sweet glorification of the new relationship which has been established, which is free, therefore vulnerable and fragile, but always meant, like nature itself was conceived, healing, in the process of healing.
To this point in tonight's program, Ivan Illich has emphasized two key ideas that emerged from the Christian Middle Ages: contract and conscience. But he has also hinted at a third notion, which was closely allied to these other two, and that is the idea of instrumentality, the idea that our purposes require tools by which they can be executed. When he discussed marriage, for example, he argued that the marriage contract, as an oath sworn before God, made God the necessary instrumentality for this union. God, as a witness became the means by which contracts could be created, recognized, and enforced. It is Illich's view that this idea appeared suddenly and without precedent during the Middle Ages, as a product of the same milieu in which the ideas of citizenship, contract, and conscience took shape. His opinion is surprising because tools have generally been treated, by historians and philosophers alike, as things that have always existed. Tool use, for most anthropologists, is what defines us as human beings. But Illich argues that the technical devices employed in previous societies were not tools in our contemporary sense. The old Greeks, for example, knew many arts, which they called techne, but they could not conceive of a tool as something separate from the hand of its user, as something adaptable to any purpose its user might devise. The tool, as such, did not exist.
So far, philosophers, and I think also historians, have dealt with tool, with the concept of tool, as if it always had been around. If you look more carefully at what happened in the 13th century, this is not true. It's true that Aristotle has magnificent pages about the working devices which smiths use as different than woodworkers or jewelers. But what he speaks about are the organa. The word organon meant both this pencil which I hold up and now lay down and point to it, organon est. When I look at my hand without a pencil, and it's an organon, and my hand armed with the pencil is also an organon. Linguistically, there was no way of making a distinction between my hand and that pen. In the 13th century, a new box of beings is constructed. The possibility of putting together into one box a car, a school, a scalpel, and an axe, seeing something common in them, is something which comes about in the 13th century.
So long as a pen, a hammer, or a sword is indivisible from the hand that holds it, Illich says, these devices remain embedded within the crafts that they make possible. A tool, in the contemporary sense, is something distinct from the task it performs, something existing at our free disposal, as a means to whatever end we choose for it. And this idea, he thinks, was able to come into existence only in the very special atmosphere of the Christian Middle Ages. This atmosphere was created by the idea of contingency, the idea that the world's existence depends, at every moment of its existing, on the creative will of God. And this moment-by-moment governance of the world, Illich argues, implied a medium, a means, a tool by which his will could be conveyed to his creation.
In the universe in which contingency governs, or in which contingency is the basic sense which the person who contemplates it has to cultivate, God's free gift of existence to all the things he has invented in his mind, so to speak. A universe of continuous creation lying continuously in the hands of God that would disappear if his hands disappeared, which is necessary only insofar as it is depending on his will. The question of God's governance of the entire universe had to be rethought. And since this universe was governed by a king much greater even than Charlemagne, who obviously had ministers who were angels, and who took over for him the governance of the different planetary spheres. And angels, as one knows, are pure spirits. They have no materia. They aren't juicy beings. They are pure fiery beings of an extraordinary fire which is taken from God. these angels had to be given media, an intermediary, a means for influencing the area of material reality which they were to govern. These were called the heavenly bodies. And in order to distinguish the angel, which is a purely obedient governor executing the will of the Creator, and its contact with reality through the spheres, these spheres had to be conceived of as totally obedient to the intentional user, who is the angel. There is a deep connection between the world conceived according to in the spirit of contingency, the necessity of explaining the connection between the macro and the microcosmos, and the appearance of tools. If angels have tools, why shouldn't all professions, all states, they then spoke about it more that way, have tools or devices? Why shouldn't it be legitimate then to speak about the tools of production? Why shouldn't it be possible to think about objects of daily use as products of human intention and the use of the appropriate tool?
By means of the idea of contingency, Illich holds, tools pass from the hands of God into the hands of people, and their use takes on a free, intentional character that was previously lacking. The discovery that tools can incorporate human intentions gives Western Europe after the 12th century an increasingly instrumental tone. This new tone was evident first of all in the technological revolution of the time. Wind and water power were harnessed in new ways. Coal and steel production grew exponentially, and various crafts began their transformation into industries. But it also showed up in philosophy and theology. It was at this time, for example, that theologians first spelled out the idea that among the myriad of blessings known to the Middle Ages, there were 7 that had the special character of sacraments, marriage being one of these new devices. Sacraments, Illich says, are tools, instrumenta, which infallibly accomplish God's intention. And it was on this basis, Illich says, that they were distinguished from mere blessings.
Blessings are activities by which anybody who is within the church, father of a household or village priest or pope, could single out at this moment something to praise God and ask Him to look particularly favorably upon it. Sacraments is something else. They are actions which can be done by human beings, which, however, inevitably, once a man places them, are used by God Himself as instrumenta, as devices, as instrumental cause for a certain end, for a certain purpose. Take water, say, I baptize you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, even if you're a pagan and you do it for me. That's the extreme case. I will be a member of the church. We thought about the sacraments as instrumenta divina.
Instrumentality, for Illich, is part of that complex of ideas, practices, and institutions that defines the age that stretches over 800 years from the 12th century to our own. The character of this age, he believes, can only be understood when it is seen both as an elaboration of Christian freedom and at the same time as the corruption and eclipse of that freedom. All of the ideas he has discussed tonight in some way illustrate this dynamic. Conscience produces the law-abiding citizen, but only at the cost of denaturing sin. Contract extends the scope of social relationships, but at the same time locks them into the rigid framework of law. And the fate of the idea of contingency is just the same. Contingency originally expressed the feeling of the world's dependence on an ever-creating will, but it also gave rise to a technological will that eventually eclipsed what was most precious and beautiful in that feeling, the sense of existence as something gratuitous, something bestowed as a pure, unnecessary gift.
With the dominance of the idea of instrument during this 800-year period, increasing dominance, it became certain, obvious, natural, that wherever something is achieved, it is achieved by means of an instrument. The eye is perceived as an instrument for recording what's before me. Love is an instrument for satisfaction. It becomes almost unthinkable that I should pursue a goal without using an instrument for that purpose. In other terms, instrumentality implies an extraordinary intensity of purposefulness within society. And in the increasing intensity of instrumentalization in Western society goes hand in hand a lack of attention for what one traditionally called gratuity, non-purposeful action which is only performed because it's beautiful, it's good, fitting, not because it is meant to achieve, to construct, to change, to manage. It has become very difficult at the end of the modern time to speak about things which are not purposeful, but gratuitous and good.
Good evening, and welcome to Ideas. I'm Paul Kennedy. If history were to be conceived as a competition between the senses, then the eyes would certainly have it. More and more of what contemporary people know, and more of what they do, involves seeing. Radio programs that were once made by cutting magnetic tape with a razor blade now are produced by manipulating waveforms on a screen. Numerous other occupations have been restructured in the same way. The television, the internet, the video game, the myriad of scanners and simulators all give precedence to the eye and turn the screen into our primary access to the world. How this happened is our theme tonight on Ideas, as Ivan Illich presents a brief history of seeing. The program is part 3 of David Cayley's series on the corruption of Christianity. In previous programs, Illich has argued that our contemporary world can be understood only as a distortion of Christianity. In this episode, he examines the way in which the sense of sight has changed under the influence of the Christian claim that Jesus was the image of God. The Corruption of Christianity, Part 3, by David Cayley.
During much of the last 20 years, Ivan Illich has been preoccupied with what he calls body history, a history not of what people did or thought or said, but of what they physically experienced. The body appears at first glance as a natural fact, something on the side of nature rather than history, its experiences relatively unchanging over time. But during the last generation, Illich and many other historians have shown that this is not true. The body exists in context, and each historical era embodies its experiences differently. Television, jet travel, organ transplants, the mapping of the genome, these contemporary experiences are not just things that happen to an unchanging body. They shape our deepest imaginings of what we are. People in the past undoubtedly had noses, skin, and eyes, but what they smelt and touched and saw was very different from what we smell and touch and see today. In this program, Ivan Illich considers the history of one bodily sense, seeing, in relation to his theme in this series, the modern as a distortion of Christian faith. Our world, he believes, is now so captivated by created appearances the apparitions that beckon from movies and magazines, billboards and video screens, that the represented threatens to eclipse the real. But before this triumph of the image could occur, he says, an old hesitancy and caution in front of images had to be overcome. And what made this overcoming possible, in his view, was the validation of the image within Christianity. We discussed what he calls the history of the gaze while I was his guest at the village on the outskirts of the Mexican city of Cuernavaca, where he lives during part of each year. He'll come in a moment to what Christianity has to do with the history of the senses, but he began by telling me how he took up the subject.
During 4 years, the first 4 years of the 90s, I focused my teaching and my reading on the history of the senses. By doing so, I took advantage of the fool's freedom which my renunciation to any formal teaching position gives me, that when I'm invited as a guest professor, I can really choose to teach what I want to teach, neither in a subject or a field or a discipline or a method which is imposed to me by my hosts. How did I get to this? Why did I want to understand hearing, seeing, smelling, touching, walking, feeling, by looking at them from the past? That is, trying somehow to become capable of understanding what a person formerly meant when he said, "I heard." I wanted to do this because I somehow had to explain how the senses can be satisfied in subsistence cultures with practically no money circulation, very little marketed objects appearing in their lives. I then realized that in order to understand the past in its reality, I had to get into body history. And in order to zero in on something, on a bodily, a physical, a sensual feature of everyday life, which today is not only understood, but felt differently from the past, I focused on the history of the gaze. And since I wanted to get clearer to understand what body is, it so happened that by focusing on the history of the gaze, which is, or at least was, a bodily act of intercourse with the object of my gaze, of union, not of fusion, but of union remaining the two of us, of Rose and I, distinct, I found a particularly propitious way of reflecting on the disembodiment which is characteristic, in my opinion, for more modern times.
This disembodiment is the sad climax of Illich's tale, and we'll return to it at the end of the hour. But first it's necessary to understand how Illich connects the history of the gaze to our present theme, the corruption of Christianity. The key, he says, lies in the Gospel of John, where it is said, "The Word became flesh and lived among us, and we saw his glory, the glory that he has from the Father as his only Son."
The heart of the New Testament message is that the infinitely good, wise, powerful, all these words do not reach him, that he whose name the Jews wouldn't pronounce, that Allah, now let me say God, that God did not become only words in the prophets, but flesh in the womb of a little girl. That therefore the flesh which John, the evangelist, also with tears in his eyes, remembers that he touched, that he lay his cheek on the shoulder of Jesus presiding the last dinner, is the flesh of God. No, it's the flesh of the God-man. That therefore a respect for the human flesh, not as social entities, but as uniquely enfleshed persons, was changed by the gospel. I know further that, basing itself on New Testamentary statements, Christian always believed that the church itself is a body which comes into existence by Christian feeding on the sacrament, which was sacramentum meant that in baptism. By baptisms we were immersed in this new body, as into water, and in the liturgy of Mass we shared it by eating, and capacitated through confirmation of their faith, they shared its spirit in that mouth-to-mouth kiss of which we spoke, conspiration. That what comes about there is a body, not in the abstract sense, but a body of true flesh and blood.
Through their belief in Christ's resurrection from the dead, Illich says, Christians asserted that daily embodied existence had been touched and transfigured by the eternal life of God, that the ruins of time, as the English poet William Blake said, build mansions in eternity. The Christian encounters God in the body.
The object which my eyes seek, which I'm invited to seek in the face of everybody whom I encounter, is the face of the incarnate God. Therefore, the object of my bodily reaching out or communing has to do something with the resurrection of the body. The belief that even though you and I will be ashes pretty soon, our encounter, our bodily encounter, is outside of this world in which I am now. That the bodiliness of I, of me, and of you, and of us, is a metaphysical quality, not an accident of the moment. My goodness, how can I speak about this mysterious new glory, thickness, phenomenological density of the body under the influence of Christianity, under the influence of the gospel, and the influence of the belief that he who knocks at the door asking hospitality will be treated by me as Christ, not as if he were, but as Christ.
To the Christian, the stranger is Christ, Illich says, because the resurrection adds a new dimension to all bodies, not just the body of the risen Lord. But to understand how this Christian belief would eventually influence the experience of seeing, we need first to understand how the act of seeing was understood in the ancient world. This understanding was in many ways the opposite of our own. In the modern view, sights come into our eyes, conveyed there by rays of light. The ancients conceived vision as operating from the inside out, as outreaching by the projection of a visual ray out of the eye.
In classical antiquity, the gaze was an activity by which my flesh got married with the flesh, or more precisely, the colours of the objects on which it grazed. The gaze was clearly described as a psychic proboscis, or hand. It was called a psychopodium, tapodia of hands and feet. What one did when one opened one's eyes, when one placed one's gaze upon somebody, when one sought the reflection of Ivan in David Cayley's pupilla. Pupilla means exactly the little image of me which I find there. But seeing was an erection out of the pupilla as loving as other erections are. That therefore, when I look at you, I caress you with my eyes.
This understanding of looking as an active, outgoing movement rather than a passive reception made seeing a moral subject. It's something I do and can therefore do in a good or bad way. Classical optics, or opsis as Illich says, using the Greek word, was not just about how vision occurs, but also about the proper use of the eyes.
As long as the gaze was conceived of as a human action, seeing was conceived of as something as willed, something as capable of being trained as speaking or as hearing. Opsis of the antiques of Euclid, beginning with Euclid, was an intellectual underpinning of the appropriate moral behavior. How to become doubtful when I see something. Is it a mirror image, a reflection, or do I really touch it? Do I get where I want to get, namely to the eyes of Cayley, or am I being distracted from it by the watery substance of the air between us, which deflects not only my attention, but actually my visual ray from what I want to search for in order to love it? Optics were the basis for the appropriate moral use of the eyes as searching, touching bodily parts. When you open any book of asceticism, any book which teaches you how to meditate, how to live in the presence of God, if you open these books, the custodia oculorum, the guarding of the eye, is always a major chapter. How the eye must be guarded from seeing wrong things, of seeing not interior vision, but dreams, apparitions, follies created by my wishes. The constant awareness that I can train my eyes as I can train my hands to repeat the right look onto the right object which I have chosen as model, which I want to interiorize, just as the virtue of hospitality will be developed by practicing it until the frequent repetition transforms it into part of my stance, my inner habits, the belief in the existence of a set of inner senses led among ascetics to a very careful attempt to train young people in the guard of their eyes, and guarding from what comes in became much more important in the second millennium. In the first millennium, it was mostly guarding from rushing on something which is out there, touching it and bringing it home.
How the guard of the eyes was eventually let down is the story Illich wants to tell tonight. It begins with the extraordinary New Testament assertion that Jesus is the image of the unseen God. The divine could be pictured in human form, and this gave the human image an unprecedented validity and power. Through this belief, something radically new was brought into both the Greek and Jewish worlds of the time. The Jews, following the commandments given to Moses, forbade images. You shall not make yourselves a graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above or in the earth beneath, the children of Israel had been told. The Greeks, Illich says, permitted images, but through their philosophy had achieved a clear distinction between image and reality.
In the couple of centuries before Socrates, an attempt is made to replace the accent, which until then was on the image, in the newly literate society, on the concept. It is love of which you want to speak in philosophy. It is water and not Neptune. It is war or struggle and not mass. With this shift from a concrete image to the valuing and even affective relationship to ideas, concepts, words, God, the ultimate God, the invisible God, becomes something which is thinkable even though it's not imaginable. It makes possible, in classical antiquity, the representation of gods in their statue, which everybody knows is not for God, and at the very same time deserves the incense or other honors. Reflection on image, on the image itself and its essence, what it does, what distinguishes it from the real, is marvelously absent in classical philosophy. The new Jewish sect, which Christianity was at that time, enters therefore a world in which, though rejected, overcome, transcended by philosophers, the image is not a major problem. I insisted on Jewish sect because the Jews bring in an attitude towards the image which is of extraordinary radicality. Thou shalt not make yourself any image or likeness, because it could distract you from the adoration of the living God. The strict prohibition of image making in the Jewish tradition was one of the major reasons for which the early followers, disciples of Jesus, had a hard time, because they claimed that they had seen the Son of God, not the ultimate prophet who would again, through his words, incarnate God, but God having become flesh, and spoke about Jesus as the image of the Father. And Christians, during the first few centuries, began to represent in mosaics, in frescoes, not only scenes of the New Testament and faces or figures from the Bible, but images. They represented those whom they worshipped, in clear contrast to the Jewish mandate, thou shalt not make yourself an image or likeness. By the 5th century, the Byzantine churches of the Mediterranean were filled with overwhelming mosaics, all of which figurative, all of which representing not just figures, but persons, as stylized as you want, as over-dimensioned as you want, but images of persons.
As Illich has just said, this profusion of images directly contradicted the command of the Hebrew Scriptures, whose authority the Christians continued to acknowledge. It also blurred the clear distinction in Greek philosophy between the visible and the invisible. God, for the Greek philosophers, belonged to the immaterial realm of what Plato calls the ideas, and this first principle, by definition, could not be pictured. The resulting tension between these different conceptions of the divine led to sustained reflection in the early church on the status of icons, the Greek word for image. It also led to questions about their proper use. Was the increasing devotion to icons a proper part of Christian worship, or a resurgence of idolatry, the worship of idols? The question came to a head, Illich says, in the 8th century.
The reflection on iconology, on what images are, why it should be legitimate for Christians to violate the command of the Old Testament, thou shalt not make yourself an image, because Christ had appeared as the image of the Father, comes to an explosion 726. 726, when is that? Well, for those who are not Byzantinologists or church historians, it's 50 years before, or 40 years before Charlemagne is born. We're already in the West well into the Middle Ages. It's a time when the Muslims become a major threat for the continued existence of Byzantium. Leo III, the emperor of Byzantium, won a battle in which he had stopped the iconoclastic, image-destroying Muslims. A revival of the Jewish command with a vengeance had come out of Arabia and had swept away the images from the churches with the progress of the Islamic armies from Egypt through Asia Minor into Greece. Right after the victory, over these notoriously iconoclastic Muslims, the Emperor, the Tsar, went to the bronze gate of his palace, the main gate of his palace, and removed the image of Christ that was enthroned above it, and replaced it with a simple symbol, a cross. With this ceremony he started a fierce debate that raged sometimes with violence and war for several generations. Its issue was, can Christians bow and pray before an image? The icon bowers, iconoduloi, held that the cult of images was a legitimate and good form of piety, a devotion, a liturgy that has been customary since the beginnings of the Church. A true and pretty bloody war began about the gaze.
The war ended in the year 787, 61 years after Leo had replaced the image of Christ with the naked cross. An ecumenical church council was convened to thrash out the issue at Nicaea, the same place where a much earlier council had formalized the doctrine of the Trinity in the so-called Nicene Creed. The council was carried by the views of John of Damascus, sometimes called the Damascene. He drew a distinction between the prototypos, the prototype, which is the model and source of the image, and the typos, the type, which is merely an instance or impression of the prototypos. The legitimacy of the image was preserved.
At the close of that council, the icon of Christ was placed again into the bronze door until half a millennium later the Muslims took it down. How was the issue resolved? John of Damascus reached the consensus of the great majority of the council fathers, the bishops from East and Western Mediterranean, with his doctrine that an icon is a threshold. It is a threshold at which the artist prayerfully leaves some inkling of the glory which he has seen behind that threshold. A typos of the prototypos which is in heaven, that the icon is a window into eternity, where the risen Christ and his bodily assumed mother are already in the glory of the angels, and the prayerful person uses the created beauty, the beauty created by the artist in prayerful painting, in order to step through the typos, devoutedly to the prototypos. If therefore he bows in front of the reflection of the real flesh of those who are represented there as incorporated already in the union with the body of Christ. He explains that by doing so, by engaging in this form of pious bodily expression of respect, he not only touches with his eyes beyond the threshold represented in the icon, but he brings back the emphasis, the mingling of the gaze of the faithful with the flesh of the resurrected, and constructs church here on earth. This way of dealing with the icon, not as a picture, but as a threshold, has been kept alive by the characteristically different liturgy of the Eastern Church, Russian, Greek, Syriac, what have you. I had the chance of reading a report of some Soviet art historians under Stalin, finding a particularly beautiful and precious icon in a poor woman's hut and wanting to expropriate it for the museum, and trying to do so in the most gentle way possible, explain to her imagine how many thousands of people will see this beauty in the museum. And the woman answering, an icon is not to be seen, but to be prayed with.
The condemnation of iconoclasm by the Council of Nicaea was not the final word in the iconoclastic controversy in the Eastern Empire. 27 years later, in 814, the iconoclasts regained power, and it was not until the year 843 that the legitimacy of icon veneration was established for good, a date still celebrated in the Eastern Church as the Feast of Orthodoxy. But what the Council of Nicaea did, in Illich's view, was to lay a firm intellectual foundation for the understanding of images. Conceiving the image as a threshold allowed a clear distinction to be made between the image in itself, the image as object, and the image as a gateway or access. It kept at the forefront the question of what the image gives access to, of the purpose for which it is used. In the Eastern Church, this teaching remained vital right down to the time of the poor woman who corrected the Soviet art historians. But in the Western Church, Illich says, the doctrine of the Council of Nicaea soon became the justification for an entirely different view of images.
This highly sophisticated view of the image as a gateway, not for information, but for the bodily physical reach into the beyond, never became the principal way of looking at holy pictures in the Christian West. In fact, precisely at that very same moment, another type of artistic activity really began in the West, the so-called Evangelium Pauperum, the gospel of the non-readers. The role, there are quite a few of them preserved, from which the gospel is read from the pulpit in the tiny churches by the priest or deacon, while he reads, the role unfolds on the other side and shows to people those scenes. The Council of Nicaea, which established for the whole Christian Church the doctrine of the legitimacy of icons, by the Western Church was immediately used as a legitimacy of making teaching devices in order to make preaching easier, better, and longer lasting, by illustrating the sermon. Through the transition of the doctrine, for me beautiful and convincing, I must say, of John Damascenus, by which the picture, the image, acquired legitimacy within the cult, by bringing it back to the West and making the image a teaching device here. Western pictures are painted as representations of scenes, not, especially after the 13th century, not as thresholds, inviting you as little shadows into the glory behind them. The basis was laid on which our world of objectivity is built.
The Evangelium Pauperum, the gospel of the poor, in Illich's view, was a sign of the radically different ways in which the doctrine of the Council of Nicaea would be interpreted in the Eastern and Western churches. The gospel scenes that unrolled before the congregation, while the word was read from the other side of the scroll, were an early example of the type of representational painting that would soon become a staple in the West. The point of this new type of painting was to instruct, impress, and entertain the spectator, not to conduct his gaze into the beyond. The art of representation, as it advanced, drew attention more and more to the object itself, absorbing and holding the viewer's gaze in the luxury and glamour of the painting's sensuous presence. This is an instance of what Illich calls the corruption of Christianity. Without belief in Christ's resurrection, there could never have been a doctrine like that of John of Damascus, with its claim that the prayerful gaze can mingle with Christ's flesh in eternity. But at the same time, he says, this doctrine opened the way to a new intoxication with earthly images.
The doctrine of the Council of Nicaea served to remove the influence of the Jewish and later Muslim prohibition to look at images in order not to be turned away from the real thing, to look at portraits, 14th century, a way of not having to face the other person, creating the possibility of seeing the other person in the image, the real person, in remembrance of the portrait. It served for a march, a victorious march of the image over the centuries in increasingly secularized form. And it helped. For me, it became essential in the history of what we call objectivity.
Objectivity, Illich believes, is the condition of a world that can be pictured, a world in which pictures tell us what things are really like. But for this world to come into being, something more was necessary than just the legitimation of images. There also had to be a change in the scientific account of how seeing occurs. Illich spoke earlier about the classical science of optics, in which an outgoing visual ray grasped the world. The modern theory holds that the eye is a camera in which a lens focuses incoming light on the sensitive screen of the retina. And this scientific theory, Illich says, was a crucial and necessary underpinning for the idea that the things of the world can be represented.
The passage from the outreach of the gaze to the eye conceived as camera obscura is a precondition for the possibility of conceiving of the image, of the painting, as a teaching device about reality. Because you can pretend to create a facsimile in modern optics, in the science of light, by which the artist, or he who commands the artist, transmits doxa and dogma, knowledge, to you through your eye. You cannot use a facsimile as a substitute for reality when the gaze is outreaching. The possibility of making the painting representational is deeply tied to a transition from seeing as a bodily activity, a virtuous activity, to seeing as at least partially passive incorporation.
The passive eye, Illich claims, could be more easily instructed and informed. It digests vision, while the outreaching eye, the psychic hand of the first millennium, discovers things by touching and fingering them. The theory underlying this modern, digestive eye was firmly established by the beginning of the 17th century. Kepler had given modern scientific optics its first formulation, and modern optical devices like Galileo's telescope had already begun to hint at realities outside the range of the unaided eye. During this modern period, Illich distinguishes two distinct stages in the history of the gaze. The first stage in how things were pictured was marked by the technique of perspective, in which things were observed from a fixed standpoint as if through one eye. In this stage, a painter or draftsman still invited the viewer to see what he saw. In the second stage, which extends to our own time, natural perspective was abandoned, and things intended to be seen were placed in what Illich calls virtual or non-local space. In the drawings of anatomists, for example, at the beginning of the 19th century, distance was eliminated, and the interior of the body was visualized in a sort of architecturally enhanced close-up that no eye could ever actually see. In both these stages, the gaze is trained on a world that is increasingly mapped, measured, and diagrammed. We see, not as Aristotle supposed, because of the natural fit between the eye and its objects, but because our tools of observation and techniques of representation remove the veil of mere appearance and show us what is really there. One of the pioneers in this scientific re-education of the eye, Illich says, was Leonardo da Vinci.
Leonardo da Vinci, around 1502, 1503, says when he dissects the bodies of hanged men whom he purchased from the executioner to his pupils, you must draw everything you see in a human body, because in the flesh the eye can't see anything. Only when you have drawn it and drawn it again and again will you slowly understand what you are speaking about. From that almost foreshadowing of the ideas of the 17th century, in the late 15th and early 16th, we move pretty quickly to the idea that the best way, still staying in the example of anatomy, of writing about the body is to have a draftsman draft it as he sees it according to the rules of monocular, fixed standpoint, perspectival representation, and then have your text discussing about the feature in the image marked with an A, a B, or a C. Modern science began basically with the interpretation of designs. In many areas of Europe, you couldn't get the degree at the university, much less become a state employee, if you didn't pass an exam in drawing, because reports home, reports to your chief, reports to the king had to be illustrated to be credible. But this was always an illustration which still placed the designer into the picture, even if invisibly, through the rules of perspective. Then in the 19th century, we have a completely new way of imagining the image. The image should represent what really is out there, not what the anatomists or the geographers, draftsman sees. In scientific treatises, we demand for perspectival representation, perspectival objectivity is abandoned, and objects are represented as measured, as mapped, as seen in an architectural drawing in which the gaze is assumed always to be perpendicular to the object represented. The draftsman creates a virtual space into which he places things as they are and not as they are seen by him. And the reader is asked to look at an object, a cut through a brain, a baby, a muscle, in a space into which he never could reach.
What Illich means by a virtual space might become clearer if you think, for example, of the anatomical drawings that still appear in most biology textbooks. You begin with an image of the skeletal and muscular structure of the body, and then impose a series of transparencies, which add the organs, the nervous system, the circulatory system, and so forth. The result is not something you could ever see, nor is it pictured as existing in a space you could ever inhabit. The bloody mess that Leonardo actually saw when he peered into the bellies of his cadavers has been clarified, sorted into systems, and transposed into the idealized context in which modern persons are taught to recognize their bodies. And this is only the beginning of what Illich means by virtual or non-local space. Today, such spaces are everywhere. The Internet is a vast, simultaneous nowhere in which no one actually knows where anything is. Computer-generated images shred the distinction between the imaginary and the real. Expectant parents bond with ultrasound scans of their unborn children. We now habitually see and experience things, Illich says, in spaces that are beyond any threshold we could ever pass.
What impresses me so much is the speed with which, during the second part of my life of 70 years, virtual spaces, images, and other objects presented in virtual spaces have become generalized. There are quite a few serious thinkers now who claim that among the most important, profound changes of the last 25 years is the ubiquity of virtual spaces from which we are asked to derive our knowledge. Perhaps now you get an inkling why I insisted on the icon. The icon was conceived as a threshold into a super reality in which only faith could lead. The virtual space asks you to look into is nowhere in which no body could live. I want to show the contrast between the first and most sophisticated form of iconology of the Damascenus, which sees in what he calls icon a shadow from the beyond, which leads into eternity, and today's virtual space, which has characteristics in which one couldn't reach or smell or step or touch, in which most of the things which we take for granted are shown to us, and those which we know are better explained to us, with the idea that only if you have seen it on television, it's believable in reality.
Illich wants to show the contrast, he says, between the virtual world and the threshold at which the believer's eyes were conducted into eternity. The virtual space, as he said elsewhere, is a utopia, a word coined by Thomas More in the 16th century from the Greek words for no place. It is a threshold with no beyond. There is no there, as Gertrude Stein once said about the United States. This no place, Illich supposes, is the terminus of the triumphant march of the image that was made possible by the Council of Nicaea's validation of devotion to icons. This is as far as he has taken his argument, but based on what he has said, one could go further and also point to the uncanny resemblance between the glory that shone through the icon and the cascade of virtual beings that pour through the video screen. The icon leads into a super reality, and so in a sense does the screen, by showing us what the natural eye could never see. The icon promises a state of blessedness, and so also the screen, by showing us the perfected world pictured in so much advertising and entertainment. The icon finally helps to build the body of the church, while interconnected screens now fill many heads with visions of a new sort of superorganism, pulsing with electronic communications. Illich, as I've said, hasn't gone this far, and yet it seems consonant with his thesis about the corruption of Christianity to wonder whether the virtual world is not, in its timelessness and placelessness, a kind of counterfeit eternity, something that could never have been without the Christian original. For Illich, what is terrible about the enchantment which the image has worked on our world is the shadow it throws on people's face-to-face encounters. Christianity overcame the old Jewish proscription of images and the old Greek hesitancy before the colored shadows of the visible world in order to celebrate the new reality of God's appearance in the flesh. But this new freedom to see the divine also became a license for the avalanche of images that followed, and this has left modern people uniquely exposed to illusion and entrancement because the old reservations about the image have been overcome and discarded. In consequence, Illich says, the power of images now threatens to deprive us of the insight that comes only from seeing ourselves in the eyes of others.
The Old Testamentary and Islamic still alive proscription of the image has, as far as I can understand it out of the texts, the major tasks of not taking your face as an image, not identifying it, as you said, with your painting or photograph or my internal imagination about you, but to remain constantly vulnerable by what looking at you in the flesh will reveal to me about myself. That is, tear away illusions, fancies, consolations, which make it possible at this moment to live with myself. The proscription of the image is at the very same time an invitation to be ruthless against myself, in seeking myself in what I find through your eyes. Imagery, particularly imagery of the human face, and even more so, imagery which is mechanical, like photography, interferes with that ultimately undescribable gaze which reaches out on several levels simultaneously, and for the believer always also into the beyond, searching eternity, ultimate truth which is a living body behind the threshold of the image. With the gaze conceived as that of the camcorder, with the ability to speak about the satellite view of the world as a view, with the habituation to see in front of my eyes things which by their very nature are not in the order of the visible, perhaps because as long as they are living, they are below the skin, as the movements of my heart, perhaps because they are figments, like the visual representation of quantitative data, which developed magnificently during the last 150 years. Perhaps because it is a so-called genome, which implies control and command. With this habituation, increasingly we lose the everyday habit of placing our gaze on that which falls under our eyes.
This habit, Illich holds, can only be recovered by restoring what he earlier called the guard of the eyes. The idea is somewhat foreign to contemporary sensibilities, which run more to the cynical and the blasé, answering all occasions with a precociously wised-up, "So what?" But it is Illich's view that the eye requires training and protection now as never before. Virtuous seeing is still possible, he says in conclusion to tonight's program, but it depends on a recovery of the awareness that seeing what is not there can impair our ability to see what is.
Antique optics is concerned with preparing a virtuous way of seeing and making you aware of the pitfalls into which your visual ray can fall. In the same way, I think that contemporary opsis, rational, disciplined, methodical study of the exercise, the human act of gazing, ought to make me aware of what I bring back into everyday meeting with people, from establishing the habit of looking at these figments into whose company I'm constantly being invited, by the producers of these non-entities of extraordinary attractiveness. I said attractiveness, yes, but since I know where I stand, I say of extraordinary seductive power. The idea of fit, of appropriateness, of a thing which is good, just simply good, no matter what value it has. This idea has been washed out in post-1950 ordinary thinking.
Cultures, Ivan Illich says, were once defined by their sense of how things fit together. The experienced world was a cosmos, a Greek word for what the French call vis-a-vis, the way things line up in relation to each other. Heaven and earth, sea and shore, woman and man, each giving presence and definition to the other. Cosmos was the order of relationships in which things had been placed, and people's actions were tailored to this order. What was good was what fit. This sense of fit, Illich claims, has now vanished from contemporary culture. We no longer live in a cosmos, a proportioned world in which each thing defines and complements its opposite. How this world was lost and how this loss can be understood as a perversion of Christianity are Illich's themes tonight. Part 4 of The Corruption of Christianity by David Cayley.
During the first 3 broadcasts in this series, Ivan Illich has argued the hypothesis that much of what is unique and unprecedented in modern Western society can best be understood as a corruption of Christianity, a hypothesis he sums up in the formula, "The corruption of the best is the worst." Many 20th century social theorists have written about the formative influence of Christian thinking on contemporary institutions, but they have generally seen these institutions as a practical realization of Christian spiritual ideals. Illich, as his carefully chosen word corruption suggests, takes a radically different view. He understands the modern world to be involved in a betrayal of its Christian antecedents. He calls the modern attempt to remake the world a blasphemy, another carefully chosen word which means a sin against faith. Through faith, he has written, what I see and feel, I know to be creation. What I see as real, I know exists only by participation in the divine goodness. But the world in which I find myself, he goes on, is mostly an artificial world, a manufactured construct ever further removed from creation, a world in the hands of experts who presume, through a kind of transcendent pride, to manage it. Illich approaches this reality as an historian who believes that only through careful study of the past can we cultivate a sense of how strangely out of tune our contemporary society is. Only in the mirror of the past, he says, does it become possible to recognize the radical otherness of modern assumptions. He begins his reflections tonight by looking back to the genesis of one of those assumptions, the idea that the world lies in human hands, open to unlimited manipulation. He finds its origin in an idea that deeply colored the Christian sensibility of the Middle Ages, the idea of contingency. This conception, he says, expressed both the fullest flowering of the Christian sense of the cosmos and the seeds of the eventual shattering of this cosmos. He opens with a definition, occasionally quoting from an article on the Christian concept of contingency by German historian of philosophy Hans Blumenberg, which Illich sometimes consulted as he spoke.
Contingency refers to a state of living in a world which doesn't bear in itself the reasons for its own existence, but gets it from an absolutely necessary, personal, ever-creating God. That things get their existence, their presence in the world, for an act of the will of the Creator. We are both in our essence human beings, but it is a personal act of God's will to bring you and also that little cat, that kitten there, into existence and keep it in existence. And in front of this act of God's goodness, I can do nothing else but bow in deep respect.
The idea that the world's existence is contingent on the will of God has deep biblical roots and is shared by other monotheistic religions like Judaism and Islam, but it receives a unique accent during the Christian Middle Ages, and above all in the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. Central to this Christian version of the idea, and central also to Illich's own philosophy, is the notion of existence as a personal gift.
At this moment, the world's very existence assumes the nature of something gratuitous. The world which is around me, the cat over there, and the roses, the 4 red roses which bloomed during the night, are a gift, something which is a grace. This moment of our being together, which I immensely enjoy, is not predetermined by some karma, isn't a chance, isn't logical necessary, is a pure gift. It's a gift from that Creator who keeps beings in existence And therefore we can also understand our own activity of freely sitting here together as a gift to each other in an entirely new way.
The novelty and originality of this idea, Illich says, continuing to quote Blumenberg, can be seen by comparing it to classical views of how the world is brought into existence.
The coming into existence of the antique cosmos, the cosmos of Aristotle, the cosmos of Plato, was in no way dependent on the act of someone's will, neither in its genesis, in its coming about, in its birth, nor in its continuation. The cosmos was but the fullness of expression of what was identically fit for existence. If something came into existence, came into being, came into existence, you couldn't think of the contingent. However, since Augustine, things have changed. Augustine answered the question why God created the world with that incredible quia vult, because it pleased him, because he willed it, he wanted it. In Spanish I would say, porque tenía ganas. I know that in America you don't have ganas. It's something which is a will which comes from pretty deep in the stomach of God. The world's existence is the result, therefore, at every moment and in the way it is, of a sovereign act.
The idea that the world at every moment depends on God's will is, for Illich, a glorious expression of the surprising, unfathomable generosity of existence. But contingency, he says, is also a fragile and unstable doctrine, because it hangs existence by a single thread. Only break the thread, and the world tumbles from the hands of God into the hands of man. God's sovereignty becomes the model for human dominion. Such a break was made thinkable, Illich says, by a change in the way later medieval thinkers, like Duns Scotus and William of Ockham, interpreted this doctrine. To put it as simply as possible, these philosophers, basing themselves in part on Augustine's quia voluit, put more and more emphasis on God's freedom, until his will came to be seen as something arbitrary. Thomas Aquinas had seen creation as something possessing a rational and intelligible structure. Duns Scotus, writing just a generation later, claimed that there can be no rational explanation for God's will whatsoever. His will is unintelligible as anything other than pure will. This teaching made God's very being contingent, and contingency, in consequence, began to take on the meaning that any dictionary will tell you it has today: mere chance, instance, or accident. The stage was set, Illich says, for the philosophers of the 17th century to claim that each being has within its own nature the reasons for its existence.
His will became the symbol for arbitrarity and prepared the way for an understanding of the world outside of contingency, dependent on, as a contingent, the chance world, the world of chance, in which everything bears in itself the reason for its being. For a long time, in the 17th, 18th, even early 18th century, these were still true Christian believers who confirmed constantly that God created the world as it is, and therefore placed the seed of nature into each thing, but the connection between the aliveness of nature and the constant creative act of God was cut, was broken.
One of the consequences of this cut in the taut thread of contingency, Illich says, was that nature lost what had never before been in doubt: its aliveness.
One thing was certain in antiquity, that nature was alive. That natura a nascitura dicitur, that nature is a concept, an idea, an experience derived from birth-giving. That therefore, things as we are, if we say they are natural, we say they are born. And this idea is deeply affected in the 12th century by the sense of contingency. The whole of nature lies in God's hands. nature has its aliveness through its constant support by the creative act of God. But with this elevation, for me, glorification of classical nature, the condition was created by which, once nature was taken out of the hands of God, it could also lose its most essential quality, which is aliveness. If therefore we speak about the 17th and 18th century, the rise of natural science, we are faced by the research on a nature which not only is outside of the hands of God, but has lost that basic characteristic which it had all through antiquity in our tradition, of aliveness. And once you have to do with a science which studies the working of nature separated from aliveness, you can call it mechanical, you can call it necessary, you give any name to it you want, an issue comes up which is characteristically modern. How do you explain, how do you speak about life in a nature and among natural things which are not born, but so to say, mathematically programmed, we would say today, by what remains of nature?
With this denaturing of nature, Illich argues, the cosmos came apart at its seams. The microcosm ceased to mirror the macrocosm, because things now contained within themselves the seeds of their nature, or, as one would say today, the principles of their development. The being of things in the world was no longer determined by their mutual correspondence or fit, but by an internal law peculiar to that thing. Through the unique, overbearing power of the idea of contingency, the pattern of the world was broken. This shattering of the sense of proportion, Illich claims, produced a new world, a world unlike any that had ever been before. This novel, unprecedented character becomes clear, he says, when it is contrasted with the informing idea of all previous societies.
The idea that heaven is mirrored by earth, and the earth is mirrored by heaven. That this baby I saw yesterday in a woman's arms is a cosmos, a microcosmos, and that I can look at the stars or look at this baby's makeup and look in two directions where I see something which at first sight is utterly dissymmetric and yet fitting in every point. I need a specially trained gaze to do that, which anthropologists call cultures. I rather speak of the art of seeing the cosmos, bearing it, suffering it, and enjoying it. The certainty that there is a correspondence between the beyond and the here, beyond which might be the stars, seems to be, at least for those worlds of which I know something, certain. It's a background, the magma out of which at least circum-Mediterranean cultures, but as far as I can understand also Far Eastern cultures, in the Mexican, Aztec and Maya cosmos, of which I know a little bit, presuppose, you can't enter there without having that assumption that the world is the result of a mutually constitutive complementarity between here and there.
The idea of contingency, of a world dependent on a single supreme will, threatened to unbalance this proportioned cosmos. This potentially corrosive effect was quite evident, for example, to the wise men of China, when the first Christian missionary reached the Chinese court at the end of the 16th century.
Ignatius, the founder of the Jesuits, sent one of his best men, Padre Ricci, to Macau, the only foothold available Portuguese colony already, one town, it still is. And Ricci who had trained his memory in northern Italy, in the Po Valley, splendidly with the elaboration of his time of the Ciceronian rules of memory training, succeeded to learn something like 25,000 Chinese signs in a few years. And once he knew these, which had never happened before, but somebody coming from the outside would know these signs, that is, would know Chinese, he somehow picked it up, and therefore had to be admitted to the imperial court in Peking as a bonze, Matteo Ricci. Now, barely was he speaking, teaching there, letters from all over China of the literate men streamed in to the imperial court, calling to attention the fact that this was a most dangerous and poisonous man. He didn't speak about God. He knew that he shouldn't. Neither the pre-Socratic nor the post-Socratic divinities of classical times existed there, nor the Wotans of northern Europe. God seems not to be, or gods, a very Chinese idea. But Ricci was talking about a master in heaven. And they all called to the attention of the emperor that if we admit a master in heaven, the perfect balance between heaven and China, heaven and earth, would be broken. China would cease to be this world, the center of this world, the reason for this world, as the heaven is the reason for China. These Chinese learned literati understood that the spirit of contingency, at a time of its very advanced sunset, was still poisonous and upsetting for China, for a metaphysical reason, because China was based on an equal balance, a perfect balance, because up and down, above and below.
To upset this balance, as the Chinese literati quickly grasped, was to undo the harmonious proportions of the traditional cosmos. Things would lose their natural tuning and no longer fit together. And this was precisely what began to happen, Illich says, in 17th century Europe. A world that had formerly taken its very existence from something beyond itself now came to exist entirely in itself, of itself, and for itself.
We can think about a world of objects and of persons and of social constellations here to which nothing on the other side corresponds. It is not only a wombless world, it is a world in which the idea of frontier, of limit, has a meaning which I think before Newton and Leibniz was inconceivable, because if we spoke of limit, horizon, by using the word itself, it was a frontier to something else. The ability of living in a world in which, therefore, frontier has no beyond is something profoundly new, which I would like to explore how it affects our daily dealings, which make us so different from all other cultures, worlds, languages, makes even our writing of poetry arbitrary in a way which was not available to the Renaissance. Even if some modern text theoreticians try to colonize the Renaissance past with our contemporary ideas of analogy.
A world with no beyond, Illich argues, is also deprived of its sense of a uniquely proportioned here, that distinctive way in which a given people, in a given place, embody their sense of what is good. When it becomes possible to conceive of a frontier with no beyond, he says, the feeling that things can be good in themselves breaks down. The old language of good gives way to a new language of values. And this, for Illich, represents the decisive moment in the detuning and disproportioning of the world. The good is something for which people have a culturally shaped sense, as real as smell or touch, a sense for what, in a given context, fits. Values lack this distinct color, shape, and feel. They are, by definition, relative and interchangeable. Like commodities, they circulate and change shape, respecting no boundary. They can be arranged in hierarchies, then shifted and reprioritized. They know no stability, permanence, or place. And for this reason, Illich says, this new language can no longer incarnate what people once sensed as the good.
I must first make it clear that as far as I can understand, I live in a world which has lost the sense for good, the good. The certainty that the world makes sense because things fit together. That the eye is made to grasp the sun, not the sunlight to have an optical effect on that biological camera, which still works somehow in my head. The sense that virtuous behavior is fitting, appropriate for the human being. And we have lost it in the course of the 17th and 18th and 19th century with the rise of the concept and the experience of value. Good is absolute, in the sense either it's the light and the eye are made for each other, and this is deeply experienced, or the eye has value for me because it allows me to orient myself in the world. The moment I speak about, in philosophy, about values, which can of course be positive and also negative, I already assume that there is somewhere a 0 point from where values rise or decline. It is not the economy which introduces commodity-like reflections into philosophy, but it's the philosophical replacement of the good by value, by the idea of value, which finds also an expression in economics, which then is one of the major forces shaping the milieu within which my life is a pursuit of values and not anymore the pursuit of the good for me, which can be only another person. What else could it be?
The language of values, according to Illich, makes it impossible any longer to speak of either good or evil, because both are absolute concepts which cannot be connected to any purely relative scale. And this has profound consequences for Christianity, he says, because it hides the existence of sin.
In the tradition of which I speak, sin allows a heightened understanding of evil. Evil is the opposite to good. It's not a disvalue or a negative value. And sin is a mysterious aspect of evil, which I see connected with a personal offense of God. If I'm not wrong, the loss of this philosophy, the certainty about good and evil and its replacement by value and disvalue, has destroyed the basis on which the existence of sin was predicated, because sin cannot be connected to negative values.
What follows for Illich is that we have lost the only language in which the modern condition can be adequately grasped, because to him sin is the only name that can comprehend the betrayal of Christ's New Testament that this condition represents. And this, to him, is the worst, for not only have we lost the sense for what fits, we have also lost any way of recognizing that it has gone. The feeling for just proportions, for what fit, Ivan Illich has argued, was a physical sense, a real perceptual ability that people once had. The world of values, therefore, deprives us not just of the idea of the good, but imposes an actual sensual deprivation. Illich sees an example of this deprivation in the way contemporary people experience their own bodies. Until well into the 18th century, he says, the body was felt to be a microcosm. There was a correspondence between the individual body and nature as a whole. According to a tradition which descended from the Roman physician Galen, the body was thought to be composed of 4 humors, and health was conceived in terms of the balance of these cosmic elements as they flowed or were blocked within the body. Illich has studied this humoral, microcosmic body by observing the way it conditioned the encounter between physicians and their patients. The doctor, in this old tradition, he says, could do no more than support and foster the body's tendency to return to a balanced state. Unlike the contemporary doctor, who determines his patient's experience by his diagnosis, these older doctors had to rely on the patient's own report.
When I look at doctors, and by now I have 5 or 6 good studies which do this, on how they behave when they meet a patient, before modern medicine has trained them to a modern self-consciousness for doctor, they listen to the patient. I am tired of hearing, well, a good modern doctor does it too. Let him do it in 7 minutes, 7 minutes and a half. He listens to the patient's story. He makes an anamnesis, which is the patient's self-awareness, which is pretty credible because usually it takes the form of complaints. The patient comes with complaint. He comes to cry on the doctor's shoulder. And when I analyze what the patients told the doctor, it is about how they feel. How they feel, I don't have to say in Old English how they feel themselves. What else? If I ask you how do you feel, even in modern English, how do you sit in yourself? How is it today? How is that who you are? First of all, to his own seat and stance, and second, to the world around him. What the doctor treated was what he got through the confession of the patient. You know, my right eye gives out since I saw that man being hanged. It's a very common thing, and I'm blind on my right eye, although sometimes I see. And I think of a very concrete one. Since my landlord, who is a powerful man, threw me out of the house in a most uncivilized way, I have enormous pains because I feel that my juices don't run down my left leg anymore. I could go on telling dozens, hundreds of such stories. And the doctor does not only hear what the patient says, but he also immediately qualifies what kind of a character in the humoral, today we would almost say astrological sense. He doesn't have to know any explicit astrology. This sanguine man reports on a blockage of his red flows to the tips of his toes on the left side, and then translates this into much more detailed, specific, beautiful Latin language, which we call Galenic medicine, which he has learned in school. So the doctor's task consists is essentially an interpretative one. It's an exegesis of what the patient reveals about himself, with the competence to translate this into explicit medical knowledge, which is so clear that it immediately makes him see internally the plants, which are related to the same issue. Plants, at least in our Western post-medieval medical manuals, are classified by organs, by human organs. The little man who stands in the middle of the classification miniature relates the organ, the liver, to that plant, and the stomach to that other plant. And here assemble bouquets of plants and flowers, and sometimes even animals, which a doctor immediately thinks of. So the doctor translates the story about the humoral, the flowing experience, or stopping experience, the cold and the warm of the flows, the biting nastiness of some, and the sweetness which is overwhelming and takes away his good judgment when he sees that woman's face, into scientific language, his science, which relates to possible other cosmic elements which might, and that he must know, help under these circumstances.
Two things stand out for Illich in this encounter of doctor and patient. First, that the patient tells a story which locates whatever discomfort he is feeling in the context of his entire experience. And second, that the doctor attends to this experience rather than to some construct which his superior knowledge allows him to impose on it. He relies on the patient's word.
All traditional doctors believed in people, their patients, telling them about their nature. Nature was experienced, was felt, was smelled, was tasted by people, and the physician, as if he were participating in a Greek tragedy, through mimesis, sympathy which becomes feeling the other, was trained, like the spectator in the Greek theatre, to feel the actor, to feel this tragic instance of an individual sitting in front of him, who had been caught in his human condition, in some mess, in something contrary, and nature was trying to heal itself. The idea of health didn't exist, but only of nature being more or less capable to constantly heal itself. And what he did as a doctor was through counsel, through sympathy, through the power of the word, the healing word, and perhaps through ground corals or mercury pills, which are highly poisonous, as we would say today, to encourage nature, to reinforce nature, to perform its own healing act. Today we can hardly think that way about what the function of a doctor is. We always think that he uses some tool of his profession to do something to the system or the subsystem in the patients which he knows about, not the patient.
What is significant about this change for Illich is the way in which it undermines and brackets the patient's experience of his own flesh. His condition is no longer something that he can feel, but something he has to be told about. In the terms Illich developed earlier, there is no longer a fit. The body has lost its correspondence with other elements in the cosmos and become a set of values which the doctor alone is qualified to read and interpret.
If I think of a medical encounter today, it usually has a certain shape, unthinkable until my generation. I call up the doctor and say, "Doctor, I feel terribly tired." "Well, Mr. Illich, take a pencil. You go to the lab and have a blood test of such type and urine test of such type and excrements of such type. And when you come here, and my assistant will make, because you're an old man by now, a cardiogram and let's hope he stops there. And when I look at that and tell you what's happening with your body, and if he's a very well-trained modern doctor, he'll say, and further, I'll give you a few direct and indirect psychological tests. What happens with you, because you are not a body only, you are a psychophysical being. From earliest childhood on, it is in this way that we are trained, or our mothers are trained, to think about what we are made of, what the stuff is which sits there and smiles or sighs. Nothing of this I can find in 800 years of history of the medical encounter. The one thing the doctor wants to know from a patient, that he tell him stories. He doesn't have to solicit them, because the patient will begin and say, "You know, doctor, I am so terribly tired. And I knew that this would be coming. Now I'm a 70-year-old man. Once when I was a boy and walked along that cemetery wall, during the night. And that's afterwards, for the first time, that I felt this. And to say the truth, I'm completely sandy, washed out, dry. I can't connect now while I speak to you with my bowels. It's very difficult. I have to ask to bring me a second or third cup of coffee or something even better than coffee. That is, the doctor, as we suggested yesterday, had to learn to accept that the flesh was summed up in the experience of it, in the experience of materiality, in the experience of stuff, in the stuffiness, the gestalt, the shape of the stuffiness of the guy sitting in front of him, which he, through hearing the story and watching the man, his behavior, language, gestures, way of sitting, diet, could grasp. This sense of the body which is totally that to which the word ego I points, that which I make present in a conversation when I say to you, I believe, that body, during the last 50 years, in my opinion, has been profoundly obscured. The ability of perceiving it maligned. The arrests of availability of it transformed into symptoms which a doctor, if he's a good specialist, somewhere on the border of psychology, can classify. I have therefore come to the conclusion that I live in a world in which that body to which, let me stay with my story, the angel Gabriel, told the girl in a town of Galilee, Nazareth, God wants to be in her belly, is something which is out of the world in which I live.
This last point of Illich's, that contemporary persons cannot grasp the meaning of God's incarnation in Jesus because we are no longer ourselves embodied in this older sense, is one to which I'll return at the very end of tonight's program. But I want to continue for the moment with the evidence for his argument that modern people have lost the experience of their own bodies. 25 years ago, when Illich wrote his book Medical Nemesis, he used the term iatrogenesis, literally doctor-made, to describe the illnesses that arise from medical treatment, getting the wrong diagnosis, the wrong pill, or the wrong operation. Today, he gives this term a different twist, with his claim that what doctors now mainly give people is their bodies.
The medical establishment takes on the task of providing people with bodies. And then these bodies are introjected by alternative medicine. I remember one of the main people who in the United States write about body history who came to see me and my friends. I don't know if you were there. And he said, well, first thing, so that we can clearly understand each other, we must now very sweetly, he trumpeted, sit down, and I will lead you through an internal visualization. And he wanted me to apply my own eyes as if they were sonar equipment or magnetic resonators. You feel your heart and you feel the right chamber, and whatever he connected with the right chamber, with the left chamber. And he believed that he was leading us out of the medical paradigm, but he was leading us ever more into the iatro, doctor, genetic made thing with which most people today run around. You can see when you exaggerate. I would like you to meet Doña Lute, a nice village woman whose husband, I think, died, and she's earning some money as a maid somewhere in town, but she comes back to the village in the evening to make some extra money. She sells, sometimes on advance payment, and then picks up the rest of the subscription in the next 6 or 8 weeks, journals which help people who hardly can read through comics to acquire iatrogenic bodies, and thereby she disqualifies, represses, veils the sense with which a lot of Mexicans still ran around about themselves. How do you feel? ¿Cómo se siente? Of 30 years ago, people had something which they felt. And medical science couldn't do anything else but interpret it.
The modern medical patient, according to Illich, is taught from childhood on to internalize a body which he cannot sense. He learns to identify himself with measured values, like his blood pressure or his cholesterol level, with the mapping of his interior that is made possible by X-rays, magnetic image resonators, ultrasound probes, or CAT scans, and today, increasingly, with the various risks, as of cancer or heart disease, to which he might be genetically predisposed. And in none of this, Illich says, is there anything he can actually feel. In the few moments remaining in tonight's program, I want to return to Illich's main theme in this series, the corruption of Christianity. Earlier, Illich argued that traditional societies were defined by their sense of proportion, their sense of how things fit together. He then went on to show that this sense was undone by the doctrine of contingency, the idea of a world entirely dependent on a single divine will, which overbalanced and eventually overturned the system of correspondences which, in the traditional cosmos, held each thing in its proper place. This upsetting of the traditional order, in Illich's view, was a corruption of Christian belief, and in no way a necessary or inevitable consequence of it. His example is the text he has used as his touchstone throughout this series, the Gospel parable of the Good Samaritan. The story is told in the Gospel of Luke, when Jesus is asked, "Who is my neighbor?" In response, he tells the story of a man traveling from Jerusalem to Jericho who is waylaid by robbers, beaten, and left half dead by the road. A priest of the temple chances upon him and passes by on the other side. Another official of the temple does the same. Then comes a Samaritan, an outsider from the northern kingdom of Israel, who did not worship in the temple. He takes mercy on the fallen man, binds up his wounds, and takes him to an inn, where he pays for his care. This story, as Illich understands it, announces a new and unprecedented freedom. As a foreigner, the Samaritan had no ethical obligation whatsoever to the wounded man beside the road, because ethics, in the ancient world, applied only within the boundaries that defined a given people, in a given place, with a given tradition. Jesus announced the Samaritan's freedom to step across this boundary and embrace the wounded man. This certainly transgressed a traditionally sacrosanct frontier, and in that way potentially threatened the traditional sense of proportion. But it also, in Illich's view, implied an entirely new kind of proportionality.
What is revealed to us in the parable of the Samaritan is this. When we ask him, "Who is my neighbor?" he answered, "He to whom you, as a free human being, establish your personal proportionality by turning to him in love and inviting to mutuality of love, which one usually calls friendship." The Samaritan made me understand that I am I, in the deepest and fullest sense which is given to me to be I, precisely because you, by allowing me to love you, give me the possibility to be correlative to you, to be proportionate. I see, therefore, in love, hope, and charity, the crowning of the proportional structure in the full old sense, the proportional nature of creation. Nothing is what it is except because convenit. It fits. It is in harmony with something else. And I am free to choose with whom, or better, to accept from whom I want, from whom I let myself be given the possibility of loving. The Samaritan, therefore, the call of the Samaritan, charity, agape, does not destroy, but elevates proportionality onto a level which formerly was not perceived. It goes beyond Plato and Aristotle and beyond the Greek mysteries. It says your telos, your end purpose, the goal of your being is your choice of charity.
The story of the Samaritan, Illich says, elevated proportionality to a new height. He used the same term earlier in relation to the idea of contingency, which, he said, elevated nature to a new, if fragile, dignity as God's continuous creation. And the same, he argues finally, can be said of the Christian view of the body, which is implied in the doctrine of the resurrection of the dead. It makes possible the destruction of traditional body images, but it is, in itself, a glorification of the body. His text is a scene described in the Acts of the Apostles, in which the Apostle Paul preached the resurrection of the body to an assembly of Athenians.
Paul gave this speech which seemingly appealed to Athenians, the most civilized people, as I would say. The Agora was, well, I'm speaking really as an adoptive New Yorker, something like Washington Square. In its best moments, people listened to him with great enthusiasm about Jesus, about his death on the cross, but when he wanted to speak about the resurrection of the dead, and somebody told him, for today it was enough, come another time and tell us about this. Paul speaks about something which even the Athenians don't want to listen to. Come back another time. They were delicate people, decent people, well-educated people. And yet, the belief in the resurrection of the body, of Christ's ascension, the popular devotion to the body of Mary physically taken into heaven, so common that a modern pope believed that on the basis of the commonness of the devotion he could say that it is a part of Christian belief, demanded from those who lived in that culture a respect in front of their body as a mystery which in a way went beyond, but in a way also destroyed all the different kinds of old body images or perceptions which were culturally determined differently in different cultures. We have now these marvelous studies by Mrs. Ruth Padel, P-A-D-E-L. Where did they feel their minds? They could hand the Greek heroes, they could take it in their hand. Their liver, their courage could push them on. These body cultures, if you want to say so, have been, surprisingly, in our Western culture, replaced or overshadowed, is a better word. They've been overshadowed by the respect for the body, which is Christ's body. And once that disappears, a void space was left, into which you couldn't put any construct.
The reluctance of Paul's Athenian audience to follow him in his discussion of the resurrection certainly shows their awareness of how potentially destructive such a teaching might prove to their traditional sense of the density of their own flesh. And yet, Illich says, the resurrection also created a new respect for the body, a new sense of the splendor and dignity of flesh that was destined for resurrection. Where corruption enters is through the very delicacy and fragility of these ideas. The idea of contingency, which asserts God's care at every instant of existence, collapses into an assertion of human sovereignty, and the resurrected body of Christ, when it is no longer experienced as comprehending all bodies, leaves what Illich calls a void space, an absence in which no body can be made to fit.
Good evening and welcome to Ideas. I'm Paul Kennedy with the final program in our series on Ivan Illich.
We have to engage in the asceticism which makes it possible to savor now-ness and here-ness, here as a place, here as that which is between us, as the kingdom is, in order to be able to save what remains in us of sense, of meaning, of metaphor, of flesh, of touch, of gaze.
Throughout this 5-hour Ideas series, Ivan Illich has spoken about what modern Western people have lost during the era whose arc he traces from the 12th century to our own time. The origin and source of this age, he believes, has been the Roman Catholic Church. "My kingdom," Jesus had said, "is not of this world." But from the Middle Ages onward, the Church attempted to build an earthly Christian order, reinforcing faith with power in an attempt to regulate charity, guarantee hope, and ensure salvation. And this attempt, which Illich calls the corruption of Christianity, has been the model for the major institutions of modern life. All of these institutions of medicine, law, education, politics, and economy promise a state of blessedness which can only be understood if one sees that this promise was originally underwritten by Christian faith. But the age which was dominated by the Church and its secular descendants is now giving way to a new age, the age of systems, Illich claims. This watershed is his subject tonight, as he addresses the character of this new era and the renunciations he thinks will be necessary to live with hope in this new time. Both in how he has lived and how he has spoken publicly during a career of nearly 50 years, Ivan Illich has taken his stand outside of modern assumptions. His denunciation of the modern has been so passionate and his critique so penetrating that many have thought of him as a prophet, a voice of one that cries in the desert, like the prophets of old. But Illich gently sets aside this name, preferring, he says, the vocation of the friend.
I think that the vocation which I try to exercise, by which I try to live, one would rather than call it prophetic, call it friendly. The time of prophecy lies behind us. The only chance lies in our taking this vocation as that of the friend. This is the way how hope for a new society can spread. And the practice of it is really not through words, but essentially through little acts of foolish renunciation.
Ivan Illich's vision of friendship and foolish renunciation in the Age of Systems is part 5 of The Corruption of Christianity by David Cayley.
12 years ago, in the fall of 1988, I drove to State College, Pennsylvania to meet with Ivan Illich, and spent a week there recording the lengthy interview that would become the basis for an ideas series called Part Moon, Part Traveling Salesman, and for a subsequent book called Ivan Illich in Conversation. I carefully prepared myself for this encounter by rereading all of the books Illich had written to that point. But when we sat down together, I found that he wasn't particularly interested in reciting what he had written in the past, or in rehashing the proposals for social renewal that he made during the 70s in books like Deschooling Society and Medical Nemesis. Things had changed, he said, since he wrote those books. Sometime during the mid-'80s, I'm now quoting his exact words, there was a change in the mental space in which people live. A kind of catastrophic breakdown of one way of seeing things has led to the emergence of a different way of seeing things. Today, he went on, people increasingly occupy a new, dimensionless cybernetic space, and this space is discontinuous with the past, unconnected to the certainties by which people formerly lived. I was impressed by Illich's assertion, not least because much of my own work for ideas during the 1980s had put forward a much sunnier, less catastrophic vision of the coming age. But as our friendship grew and our conversation deepened, I came to share Illich's view that some sort of catastrophic change was in progress around me. Then, in the summer of 1997, and again in the summer of 1999, we found the opportunity to record a second long interview from which this series is drawn, in which we dwelt much more on how he sees the world today. The characteristic idea of the New Age, Illich believes, is system. Not system in the old sense of a system of thought or a system of bookkeeping, but system as the term came to be used in the new science of cybernetics, system as the comprehensive metaphor for the world of computers, genetic engineering, and the information revolution. The emergence of this new worldview marks the end of what Illich calls the age of instrumentality, the age during which our relationship to the world was primarily mediated by our tools. Using the word tool in its largest possible sense as any engineered, instrumental means, he argues that what characterizes a tool is the way in which it remains separate and distinct from its user. A system, he says, lacks this distinction.
When Plato or when Plinius speak about tools or devices, we call them organon. We call the hand an organon, the hammer an organon, and the hammering hand an organon. The tool is an extension of the human body. In the 12th century, we notice, partly under Arabic influence, where an increasing awareness appears that certain material objects can incorporate, can be given human intentions. That we intend to perform, to do something, can pass from the hand into the hammer. That the hammer can be seen as something made for hammering, and the sword something for killing. No matter if the hammer is taken into the hand by a craftsman, or by a little girl, or by a mill. It's that way that in the 12th century we begin to speak about it. And the sword can serve for killing or for war making, no matter if he who touches it is a noble born to the sword, or any peasant trained to a sword. It's something which is characteristic, I believe, for the epoch, which I claim comes to an end with the 80s, is this distance, I use the term distality, between the hand, the operator, and the instrument which performs the task. This distality disappears again when the hammer and the man are conceived of, or the dog on the lash of the man, as a system. You cannot anymore say that there is a distance between the operator and the device, because according to systems theory, the operator is part of the system within which he operates and regulates.
So long as there is what Illich calls distality between the tool and its user, the tool can incorporate the user's intention, whatever it may be. Tools exist at our free disposal, as means to whatever end we appoint for them. This is not true, he thinks, of systems. Systems incorporate us in the purposes for which they were designed. We act within the system's parameters. The significance of this change lies in the way it shifts our understanding of ourselves and the world. When the world is conceived as a vast, interconnected system, extending from the microscopic realm of the cell to the macroscopic systems of the biosphere, the ground is cut out from under us. A system has no ground, and no external standpoint from which we can observe or influence it. The computer offers a ready example of this shift. During little more than a generation, it has become the primary metaphor for self and world awareness. Just as the wheel once suggested the wheel of fate, and the book of nature, the computer now suggests a cybernetic world image, the world as network, the world as ecosystem, the world as genetic text. And this new image fundamentally changes the self-understanding of human beings. We no longer stand with one foot outside the world as tool users, readers of the book of nature, or persons with an eternal destiny. We've become part of the system. This change in worldview is often hailed as a return to an older, more organic conception of human beings, as a re-embedding of the body in nature. Illich vehemently disagrees. He sees the system's view as abstract and disembodying. For him it moves away from the sensual body of old and into a purely theoretical realm that is inaccessible to our senses. This disembodiment, as Illich understands it, poses a deep threat to personal relationships, because for him it is only as suffering, embodied persons that we can turn and face one another. The example he has used as his touchstone throughout this series is the gospel story of the Samaritan. Jesus tells this story in response to the question, "Who is my neighbor?" It concerns a Samaritan, a foreigner, who is moved by the plight of a Jew who lies beaten up in a ditch beside the road and who goes out of his way to take care of the wounded man. What is important about it, in our present context, is the emphasis Jesus places on what the Samaritan actually felt when he faced the injured Jew lying in his path.
The Gospel says in that story, he felt moved in his belly, in his entrails. The Greek word for this is splanchna. That part when you sacrifice an ox to a god, you put aside as impure, because there's too much shit in it. The non-noble parts of the sacrifice. Now, the Samaritan felt touched in his innards, which would be probably the most respectful way of saying it in English. He felt this sense of dis-ease in his belly when he looked at that Jew. That beaten up one provoked in him a bodily sense of dis-ease. This dis-ease was a gift from the other. He understood that this guy was in a state of misery. I carefully avoided saying in need of something. Through the attribution to myself and to others of needs, what I can give is that need satisfaction. And that really doesn't have to be personal. That doesn't have to come from me. That most probably comes with more effectiveness, efficiency, and competence if we call in the right professional or let the right agency do it. We are therefore in a situation in which the disembodiment of the I-thou relationship has led into a mathematization, an algorithmization, which supposedly is experienced. What I consider during the last couple of years the main service I still can render is to make people accept that we live in such a world. Face it. Not try to humanize the hospital or the school, but always ask, what can I, at this very moment, in the unique hic nunc, now and here, in which I am, do to get out of this world of need satisfaction and feel free to hear, to sense, to intuit what the other one wants from me, would be able to imagine, expects with a sense of surprise from me at this moment.
The other, for Illich, is always unique, particular, unrepeatable. He is this Jew, in this ditch, on this road, not an instance of a social problem to be solved or a need to be satisfied. Need, risk, problem are all categories that tend to disembody the relationship between the Samaritan and the Jew. They imply a planned and administered response, not that gracious, free, undue inward stirring which provokes the Samaritan to take his traditional enemy into his arms. During the modern era, Illich believes, Samaritan agencies of various kinds have been the typical response to perceived social needs. But today, Illich says that he senses a growing disillusionment with this type of social outreach, and as its corollary, a resurgence of that free, anarchic spirit in which the original Samaritan acted. One index of this disillusionment, he says, is the changing meaning of the word responsibility.
Responsibility as a moral obligation, as a feeling which should influence ethical judgments, appears, you can look it up in the Oxford English Dictionary and its supplements, and you have to look very much into the supplement, is something which appears at the beginning of our century. 20 years ago, even 10 years ago still, but let me say 20 years ago, among the people with whom I usually deal, it's of course a very peculiar type of people, it was impossible to question that their responsibility for those children whom they saw in the ads of the Children's Fund with hunger blown up bellies were their responsibility. They were scandalized when I talked to them about responsibility being the soft underbelly of fantasies about power. That the responsibility they felt was a way of justifying their sense that because they were from a rich country, we have some power to plan, to organize, to change the rest of the world. This responsibility, this ugly justification of blown up power fantasies, is something about which, from experience I know this, during the last few years, I can make people laugh about themselves that they fell into this trap. A new sense of impotence is around. The future, which seemed something appropriable in terms of planning, designing, policy making, the very idea of policy making and policy execution, is receding very fast. It finds still expression with US bombing Milosevic or Gaddafi or Iraq into the recognition of human rights of its own citizens. It still nourishes the new book by Rostov about the need of maintaining American police power worldwide as a condition for the survival of democracy. But the people who speak to me, different from those who spoke to me, or the way they spoke to me 20 years ago, do recognize that there is a fallacy, that the world in front of which they stand, not the future world, but the present world, is built on assumptions for which we haven't found the appropriate names yet. I speak with people who are beginning to understand that the language about the organization of power, prevalent between 50 and 80, has no hold on reality anymore. And no matter if they are people who come from an attempted philosophy of power structure, let me say Michel Foucault, or if they come from the Rostov corner. When 25 years ago, to his face, with people, I argued that in spite of my great admiration, Foucault assumed the existence of something, namely power, along the lines along which, after 1840, the idea of energy was socially constructed for the physical world, and power being something metaphorically corresponding in the social domain. People considered me evil, David. The recognition that we cannot help but renounce power, not because of a Gandhian or Christian spirit of renunciation to violence, but because the power which we sought 10 or 20 years ago, reveals its own void, its own illusory characteristics.
This new feeling of impotence, of a void where the power to change the world was once thought to be, is for Illich the characteristic experience of the New Age. The world now confronts us as something unmanageable, as a complex, chaotic system of which we can never form a comprehensive view because we are inscribed within it. Such a world, Illich believes, gives rise to strange compensatory fantasies and reassuring rain dances which hide our helplessness. We dream of a return to Earth, a rebirth of Mother Nature, of ethical capitalism and global citizenship. But these fantasies, he says, only distract us from our fundamental powerlessness. Illich suggests a different path, a return to what he calls conspiratio. The conspiratio was the kiss by which the early Christian communities mingled their spirits and sealed their communion with one another. It was practiced at a time when Christians still sought to imitate their Lord's absolute refusal of power, a time when the Church had not yet made itself into the prototype of the modern state. To Illich, it symbolizes the way of love without power, free, self-giving love that meets no need and expects no guarantee, the love that stirred in the Samaritan's belly when he saw that half-dead man lying by the road. This way, Illich says, has reopened, as the modern project of underwriting love with power has failed, and the modern institutions in which this project was embodied have ceased to inspire faith.
The credibility of the world constructed with the idea of citizenship, of responsibility, of power, of equality, of need, claim, and entitlement. The credibility of these as ideals for which it is worthwhile to consecrate your life is declining, in my opinion, very fast. Most people see this as a serious danger, which it is, to the survival of a democratic order. I want to suggest the possibility of seeing it as the end of an epoch, just like the Roman Empire, as the time of Augustine, and as an entirely new access, credibility, ease of moving into the world of conspiratio, knowing that it can't be contractually assured, insured. A renunciation to insurance.
I believe, Ivan Illich once told me, that the future is in the hands of God. I cannot let anybody ensure either the material or the spiritual future for me. I know I live in a world where the greater our ideals are, the greater the insurance companies will become. Historically, this has already happened, and this includes especially the churches. They are insurance companies, taking the place of Christian virtue, the virtue of loving." End quote. Renouncing insurance on this view means renouncing the substitution of institutions for the virtues that they supposedly make more efficient and reliable. And this is what Illich, in his own life, has tried to do, not just as a writer and lecturer, but as a teacher and friend. Nearly 40 years ago, when he was still a practicing Roman Catholic priest, he wrote an essay called "The Vanishing Clergyman," in which he suggested the abolition of a professional clergy and its replacement by a lay ministry. At the Center for Intercultural Documentation in Cuernavaca, Mexico, which he founded in 1960 and which continued until 1976, he presided only on the basis of what he once called unquestioned influence, and not through the exercise of any managerial power. Since 1976, he has worked at the margins of various universities, accepting only temporary appointments and always trying to create a hospitable space outside the institution for his students and colleagues.
I usually trusted that people who seriously follow a semester or several semesters in a row would also become guests around my table and find out by themselves the way I try to proceed. First of all, this is not easy because the university, particularly as this institution has developed, has changed during the last 100 years, has become almost an enemy to the type of procedure, collegial procedure, which I've tried to cultivate. Yes, I have made my living out of the university. I've soberly milked that sacred cow in order to nest with the handouts I could get since I left the rectorship in Puerto Rico, which is now 37 years ago. I've never accepted a normal university job, but only a semester at a time at different institutions, or as one institution is now in Bremen for the 7th or 8th year, in Penn State for the 12th year, providing with the wherewithals to have a hospitable table. A good tax lawyer found the way of making it credible to IRS that a certain number of cases of ordinary but good and clean wine are my major teaching tool and can therefore be written off from taxes.
Illich's approach to teaching and to university life generally was to cultivate friendship as the most important condition for the disciplined pursuit of truth. Friendship, for Plato and other classical authors, was an outgrowth of civic life and was inconceivable without such a context. Politics, understood as a relationship between citizens, was what made friendship possible. Modern persons, Illich thought, are in the opposite case. For us, who lack a city in the Greek sense, friendship has to come first, and civic virtue only as its consequence.
Friendship. Symposion, which means drinking together. In the Greek city, could be conceived of as the flowering of civic virtue, as the crown of the practice of civic virtue, because virtue could be understood as the appropriate behavior, the fitting behavior within the context, the ethos, befitting the ethnos, the ethics, the environment of that place at that time with that given tradition. For Plato, I'm taking Plato, but I can take any classical text of antiquity, friendship presupposes an ethnos, the environment into which my nativity has placed me. Friendship, in the old sense, was based on the presupposition of the limits within which it can be practiced. Friendship today, I at least have not been able to seek as a flowering of a neighborhood life. That has not been my destiny as a wandering Jew and as a Christian pilgrim. But if there was an ethics which developed around the circle of my friends, it was the result of our practice, our search of friendship. We stand here, therefore, in front of a radical inversion of what philia, friendship, could mean for Plato and what can mean for me. For me, it is the source of possible coming about of a context of like-mindedness and of commitment. Well, for Plato, it could be the ultimate result of the practice of something which befits the citizen.
This inversion, in which ethics are founded on friendship rather than friendship on ethics, is, in Illich's view, thoroughly Christian. It was Jesus himself, he says, who disrupted the traditional basis for ethics. both by the example of his crucifixion outside the city's walls and by his teaching about the Samaritan's freedom to love beyond the limits established by his culture.
Again comes that major disturber and fool, that historical Jesus of the Gospels, who says the Samaritan, the Palestinian, will be the only one who will act as a friend towards the beaten-up Jew. He opened a new, unrestricted ability to choose whom I want, or to let myself be chosen by who wants, for friendship. When I speak about the cultivation of friendship, I try to understand how, after Jesus' disruption of the frame that limits the possibility for friendship to appear, I can see one aspect of the history of the West and of the Church as the creation of new voluntarist, chosen forms, lifestyles within which friendship can be practiced. And certainly the monastic ideal, the history of monasticism in the West, is one of the roads, if not the most privileged road, to explore how changing social conditions, changing thought patterns, have changed the ways in which people tried to create lifestyles within which friendship of freely chosen others can come to flower, and how around it some kind of community can grow.
Monastic community was based on a life that integrated work and worship, meditation and mutual commitment. And by the light of this example, Illich thinks, we can see what the modern university has lost. Knowledge has been divided from virtue, the head from the heart. Illich doesn't dream of a restoration of these traditions, but he is inspired by them, and he has tried, as a scholar, to repair the rupture between academic study and the mutual commitment of friends who follow this life.
I saw it as my task to see in which way intellectual inquiry, loving truth, the disciplined and methodical joint pursuit of clear vision can be so lived that it becomes the occasion for the kindling of philia. Let me use the word philia instead of friendship, because it has such funny implications today in different modern languages. How, therefore, it would be possible to create truly, deeply committed human ties on the occasion and by the means of common investigation. And second, how precisely the search for insight, I'm using the word because search for truth, many people whom I deal with make them smile. Oh, you sit back somewhere in an old world. I do. How the search for truth can be pursued in a unique way precisely by being conducted around a dining table, around a glass of wine, and not in the lecture hall. However, the lecture hall, the public forum, whoever offers me a chance for it, when I was younger, I grabbed it, can serve for bringing people together who then say, may the three of us come to see you. And I say, yes, but why don't you come when the other two, whom I would like you to meet, are also there? Therefore, integration can immediately happen. So my idea was that in order to search for truth, the growth of philia is the presupposition of it. This philia must find an atmosphere in which it may bud and cannot be assumed to be the outgrowth of civic virtues. It must be very carefully non-restrictive, always a candle lighted, with the certainty that there is somebody else who will knock at the door, and the candle stands for him or her. God knows who comes to the door. In order, however, to give to friendship, that is, to the growth of an open group of people who are moved by fidelity to each other as persons, and dare to maintain fidelity even if the other one becomes a heavy burden. If truth is pursued with the presupposition that it starts from a we which is arbitrary, which is unique, which cannot be put into any class. I speak of a we, the I, first person, in the plural, something which slowly emerges. If the search for truth is based on the creation of the we have to shed a certain number of universitary, academic forms of appropriateness, etiquettes, or even disciplinary and methodological convictions, which are very sticky. Because it is to be assumed, I know it from my experience, that people who are truly committed to risk such a route of research will already have, in my generation, people born after 1925, will already have had considerable what they call socialization within a universitary and academic milieu. Not all, but many of them. The university is oriented towards disciplinary gatherings. Therefore, the conviction that here only that can be of importance which I can share at least with some others, whom I love first and then want to talk with, has a considerable impact on the way how I have to review my own insights to put them into ordinary language.
The practice of friendship, which Illich has just been describing, is a possibility that he thinks has opened up for people in a new and surprising way during the last generation. This opening has occurred, at least in part, as a consequence of the decay of institutions like the university. Earlier he spoke of a whole complex of related ideas, like responsible citizenship, that he believes have lost credibility in a similar way and are now in decline. With this fading of the institutions that have structured modern life, Illich believes, a new access has been created to what he calls the world of conspiratio, the world that existed before that seminal period in the High Middle Ages when the Roman Church made itself into a sort of modern state in embryo. But this in no sense implies a return or a stepping back into an earlier time. The events that have changed our world have changed it forever, and Illich would be the last to argue that what is past can provide us with consolation. Indeed, the image of him as a historical romantic prettying up the past and crying down the future is probably the most prevalent misconception about his thought. It is Illich's view that the waning of the credibility of modern institutions brings Christianity before us as never before, and this for a paradoxical reason. Modern institutions perverted faith, but they also prolonged its presence and held back the consequences of its disappearance. It follows that it is only now, in the sunset of these institutions, that the world we have actually made can finally come to light. We live, therefore, according to Illich, in an apocalyptic time, a time of revelation. He made this clear when I suggested, near the end of our conversations, that we might now be living in a post-Christian world. His rejoinder was sharp and decisive. Declining confidence in modern institutions, he said, expresses not the end of Christianity, but the unveiling of that mysterious evil that came into the world with Christianity. This evil was identified by the writers of the New Testament as Antichrist, an evil that they claimed would ripen within the Church as the intimate and ever-present possibility of a betrayal of the gospel by those who would falsely claim to speak in its name. The Antichrist, in other words, was precisely that perversion about which Illich has been trying to speak. Only now, he says, its consequences lie fully revealed.
I do not believe that this is a post-Christian world. That would be consoling. I believe that it's so difficult to pronounce the word, it's an apocalyptic world. At the very beginning of our conversations, we spoke about the mysterium iniquitatis, the mystery of evil, the nesting of an otherwise unthinkable, unimaginable, and non-existent evil, and its egg within the Christian community. We then use that word Antichrist. The Antichrist, which looks in so many things just like Christ, teaching global perceptions, universal responsibility, humble acceptance of teaching instead of finding out by yourself, guidance through institutions. The Antichrist, or let's say the mysterium iniquitatis, being the conglomerate of a series of perversions by which we try to give security, survival ability, independence from individual persons to the new possibilities that were opened for the gospel. By institutionalizing these, I claim that the mysterium iniquitatis has been hatching. I know too much of church history to say, and that's now breaking the shell. But I dare to say that it is now more clearly present than ever before. To call this, therefore, or to ascribe to me the idea that this is a post-Christian area would be completely wrong. And I'm certain that you asked the question only to provoke me into this, when I listened at what I just said, slightly angry response. I believe this to be, paradoxically, the most obviously Christian epoch, which might be quite close to the end of the world.
The imminence of the end of the world has been a Christian belief from the beginning of the Church, and it has always been seen as mandating a life of detachment. Christians, St. Paul says, should be in the world, but not of it. Medieval Christians symbolized this condition by taking as their emblem the mythical figure of the flying fish, a creature both in and out of its element. Renunciation was the sign that one could do without the world, even as one lived in it. And renunciation, Illich says, is today more crucial than ever as a way of preserving the capacity to love and be free.
Renunciation has been from the beginning the logical precondition for the practice of love. I think I would start a little bit too high if I began now to speak about Jesus' absolute request that if you come from solid, middle of the road, practicable Judaism into his little sect, you renounced the freedom to separate from your wife. You renounced an opportunity which the Jew had. It's probably the symbolic way you usually would discuss this. You renounce to the need of belonging to the we in which you find your I. The place outside of Jerusalem, Golgotha, where the cross was put up, became the symbol of it. You renounce to the powers of changing the world, which you did in the temptation that Christians very soon discovered, that little practices of renunciation, of what I won't do, even though it's legitimate, of a necessary habit I have to form in order to practice freedom. Not only to be poor, but to practice freedom. What a beautiful, happy, innocent world it was when people could find joined the renunciation in not eating chicken soup on Friday. I still remember that world. It wasn't European during the Second World War because we weren't chicken around. It made no sense and forgot about it. But when I came to New York and found out that people really were concerned of not eating meat on Friday, it taught them, if they really wanted to, in 6 weeks of Lent, to give up something which is hard to them, to give up other things. I remember my boss on the first days of Lent, which I spent in the United States, and we sat down for breakfast, and he was as grouchy as anything, and I asked him twice, "Sir, did I do something wrong?" "No." "Did I offend you?" "No." So I kind of said, "Do you feel badly?" "Yes. It's Lent and I've given up smoking my cigar." Well, a funny way of punishing me for his renunciation. But I love to think of it, because the things which in the modern world we can give up, and not give up because we want a more beautiful life, but because we want to become aware of how much we are attached to the world as it is, and how much we can get along without it. These things have multiplied so much that you can't easily give a social shape to them. Some people will give up writing letters on a computer, not because it's bad, and not because they don't like to be called upon to give an immediate answer for a letter which they got email. And other people will give up the services of physicians, or as somebody whom I know who has practiced it, having children of whom he guarantees that they'll get degrees. The certainty that I can get along without is one of the most efficacious ways of convincing yourself, no matter where you stand on the intellectual or emotional ladder, that you are free. Renunciation, self-imposed limits, are a basis for a practice that prepares people, perhaps even politically, to discuss what kind of limits do we want to impose on ourselves as a group of 2, 5, 12 friends, or perhaps as a neighborhood. Realizing that we can do that, realizing that we can practice renunciation. I have seen, I can witness to it for the last 15 or 20 years, is for many people who suffer from great fears and sense of impotence and depersonalization, a very simple way back to a self which stands above the constraints of the world.
A contemporary practice of renunciation, Illich says, is the opposite of mortification or asceticism or any of the other terms one might associate with ideologically founded self-denial. Rather, it is a precondition for enjoyment, for a sober joy in those things within my personal reach. By renunciation, we open ourselves to what Illich calls gratuity, the spirit in which we receive a gift. And it is in this spirit of praise and thanksgiving, he says, that he hopes to live.
Since I live in this world, I couldn't find a better world to live with those whom I love. And those are exactly people who overwhelmingly are aware of the fact that we are beyond the threshold, who are not anymore so deeply imbued by the spirit of utility or instrumentality, that they wouldn't be able to understand what I mean by gratuity. I do believe that there is a way of being understood today when you speak about gratuity. And gratuity, in the most beautiful flowering, is praise, mutual enjoyment. And what some people, such as those who propose a new orthodoxy, discover is that the message of Christianity is that we live together, praising the fact that we are where we are and who we are, and that contrition and forgiveness are part of that which we celebrate doxologically.
With praise.
Yeah.
I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Do you have any more answers?
I hope nobody takes what I said for answers.